President Ruto has slammed claims by politicians to pressurize national schools to enroll students from certain areas only, saying education should never be turned into a political game. His statement comes just days after DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua sparked a national outcry when he complained about students from other areas being given priority for admission to such schools in Mount Kenya region.
Mimi nataka niwaambie wale wanatuambia propaganda na hadithi na vitimbi kwa mambo ya masomo ya watoto wetu. I want to tell politicians who have no alternative plan. They are busy spreading propaganda about the education of our children. I want to tell them, in the last 3 years, we have undertaken phenomenal, transformational, consequential reforms in the education sector.
At least 3 billion Kenya shillings will be spent on transaction advisors and lawyers in the planned sale of the government's 15% stake in Safaricom, a move aimed at raising funds for national infrastructure and development projects. The National Treasury announced plans to offload over 6 billion shillings shares, representing 15% of the telecom firm at 34 shillings per share, a 23.6% premium over the 6-month volume-weighted average price as of December 2025. The sale is expected to generate 204.3 billion from the shares, with the total proceeds projected at 244.5 billion shillings after factoring in an upfront divided monetization component.
The government will still continue to retain a strategic stake representing 20% with 2 seats on the board of Safaricom to safeguard national interests, ensure continuity in governance and preserve Kenya's digital heritage and innovation leadership. The residual 20% shareholding represents a long-term investment in Safaricom by the government. Through the transaction, Vodacom has made various commitments, including no acquisition-related redundancies within 3 years of the transaction. And we think these 3 years is sufficient to cushion our staff. So following the cabinet approval, a proposal was submitted to the National Assembly for parliamentary approval, or National Assembly to approve.
Appearing before a joint committee of the National Assembly, National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Badi said the devastator will leave the government with a 20% stake, while Vodacom Group's ownership will rise to 55%, consolidating stakes previously held by the government and Vodafone. Badi, accompanied by Principal Secretary Chris Kipto, said the funds will provide seed capital for the proposed National Infrastructure Fund and the Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Our shareholding has not been controlling Safaricom in terms of regulatory framework and how well it can secure the interests of Kenyans. It has been done through the regulatory framework. And those regulatory framework still obtains because Safaricom is incorporated in Kenya, it remains a Kenyan company, and even the management is still going to be Kenyan. So Kenya's telecommunication landscape has very mature regulators. We have CA, which is the Communication Authority, CBK, Data Commission, and the Competition Authority of Kenya. Look at even Airtel. We have zero ownership. It is controlled and owned exclusively by an investor, which is even an international investor. But yet, we still have regulatory control and authority over Airtel.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Denis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why don't tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
He admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said
The government.
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now he abandoned, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed.
We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, There is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Imagine. Hey, wait, don't imagine yet.
I don't.
Huh?
I shouldn't imagine yet.
Okay, imagine now.
I can imagine.
Bas, you're imagining.
Imagine. It's Wednesday, the 14th.
It is.
Yes.
We're halfway into the month of January.
We are.
Just in case anybody was wondering.
Yeah.
What the date is and where we are.
Mm-hmm.
Where?
Wow.
You know.
Tell me.
When you wake up in the morning and you think that everything is, just going to be kind of normal and you're getting into it, then you come to the office early in the morning.
And
then you meet some of your colleagues from like our sister station, Berua. In the morning, she does the show.
Yeah, Bishop.
Bishop, yes. Bishop had me flat on the ground today.
I saw you.
I've laughed and cried and been angry and come back and now been joyful. I have experienced the spectrum of emotions this morning. But here I am, alive and kicking.
Karibu.
I'm telling you, for such a time as this is why we were meant to be here in this moment, at this time, on this day.
Exactly.
So, no regrets. What you're here doing, you're actually supposed to be doing. As you wake up this morning and you go where you're going, you're actually supposed to be doing that.
True.
So don't feel as though you're in the wrong place or you're in the wrong time. You're where you're supposed to be.
True.
Hey. Again, thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Mekaribia.
Asante.
Tuko home.
Uko salama?
Shukuru.
Everything is fine?
Yeah.
Say the truth.
Yeah. Not 100%, but like you said, there's a reason why we're here.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, stars will align, everything will be fine. So yeah.
It will.
I'm still waiting for Mama to be wheeled in. There are a little bit of complications with the hospital that she was to be operated in. So now we're waiting for further guidance from the doctors to just know how to go about it. But that notwithstanding, Mama is fine.
Absolutely.
She's smiling. She's happy.
Good.
Everything's going to be okay.
And you know what? That hospital that she was to go to, that had to change, was not the hospital she was supposed to be in.
True.
That's
like
the way you
say,
look at it.
There's a reason why
there is a
that
reason.
happened the way it did.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So a little bit more time we wait, it's all going to fall into place like a puzzle, and she'll be fine.
True.
Absolutely. We can speak life into these situations. It's the 14th of January. It's 6:15, and this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Good morning. It's Hump Day. We're getting over it into the ends of the week and still having very important conversations this morning. And started off the week just kind of making sure that, when you have the opportunity to make sure that the person next to you is okay, we're going to do that. And we're also keeping it real, guys. Please, we're saying that we can actually make it cleaner. We've lamented in this place about how, unkept our cities are. and we can say that you will contribute towards making it a cleaner place. You're not going to throw garbage. I'm not going to throw garbage. You're going to keep it until you're able to dispose of it in a responsible manner. And that's just something for us to remember, that please, let's do what we can as individuals to make sure that our surroundings are clean. It starts to lead to a lot. I'm telling you, it does. And so those are some of the things that we do. We will afflict the comfortable and we will comfort the afflicted. We will have conversations that matter.
Yeah.
We will talk about the things that maybe people want to sweep under the carpet or are not comfortable having conversations about. We'll talk about it. We'll bring these things to light. We'll do it every day and we'll do it with you. And we already thank you for getting into the room with us this morning every day.
And I think even as you are on it, I think if Nairobi Water Services is listening, there is a serious water leak along Naivasha Road. It's crazy because the entire road is covered with water. People are not able to pass through. So if they are listening, just go fix it, because that means a lot of people will equally just lose water in a city where water supply
already
is a problem. Yes.
All right, that's something for you guys to look out for this morning, definitely. And then we can also be watchmen. We can be watchmen in the spaces where we operate in, and also just to make sure that things around us are operating properly, optimally. That's what we're doing. And we're saying that we will be involved. Citizens will be involved in our governance. We will be involved in the areas of accountability and responsibility over us.
And it's not a favor. Citizen participation is a must. If you are a citizen, you want better, and you're not getting involved, you are failing your fellow citizens.
Absolutely.
Equally.
We have to get involved at one level or the other. And let's look into some of the things that we'll be talking about this morning as we get into it. There seems to be a lot of political shifting. So there are exits. Is there an exodus here and there? What exactly is going on? So some of the conversations that we'll have today, and we'll start it off at 7 a.m. Today with a conversation around those political exits. What exactly it does mean. Dr. Peter Mbai is a leadership and governance expert. He joins us at 7, and we'll be looking at the motives behind political moves. People decided, I'm going to run for the presidency. Oh, I'm going to leave this party. Oh, I'm going to join another one. Oh, I'm going to demand this. What does it actually mean? Let's look into it. And are we, the people who are in the audience or then participating later, being taken for a ride? We'll have that conversation at 7. We'll then talk at 8 o'clock about education. We think it's just kids going to school. It's a little bit more than that. How are we actually prepared? This last week saw a lot of confusion back and forth in terms of what's going on. And are people just happy that their children are in a school? Or are we saying that towards a future, this education is actually doing what it's meant to do? Let's look at it critically. And we'll do that today with Dr. Julius Odongo, who is the Dean of Education at Riara University, and from the Usawa Agenda as the Assistant Program Officer Policy Engagement, Ms. Claudia Lagat. They'll both join us at 8 o'clock. We're going to look into this thing, and we're going to critically, if we are not ready, what must we do to get us there? We'll have solution-oriented conversations. It's necessary that we do. And then we'll talk with you at 9. An opportunity for you to tell us what are the pain points, what are the challenges, what do you see, and then what do you hope for? We'll talk with you at 9. That's what it looks like today on the Situation Room. Karibuni sana, and thank you for joining us every morning. For those of you who the sun has set and the sun has risen, karibu. As we get into it, our audience on KTN, good morning to you. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. You took us to the Atlas Mountains.
Yes, Atlas Mountains. 90% of the country is desert, right? So in these countries as well, they export oil, but in some areas, petroleum products are actually cheaper than water, because majority of the country, again, remember, is a desert. But that notwithstanding, they have interesting cultures from the Berber-speaking people of the country, and the French influence based of the colonialism and all that. They continue to stand out. And as in Kenya, we say the big five are what would describe Kenya. Them, they have the large-eared fennec fox. It's a beautiful animal, but remember, you can't domesticate it.
You can try, but it would eat you.
You can try, but it would eat you one day, Yeah, but let's go to the proverb today.
Okay.
So, never rely on something you do not own. Never rely on something you do not own. Let me give you an example as we go.
Okay.
I owe you. I'm going to pay you tomorrow. And you start planning with that money before getting it. Shock on you.
Then you It's not there tomorrow
It's
for
not
whatever reason.
Yeah.
Whoever was supposed to pay you didn't pay you. There was a
Exactly.
delay, blah, blah, blah. Your bank shut down. The world ended something. Yeah. I hear you. Can't plan for something that you don't have.
No, you can't.
A bird in hand is better than two in the bush.
True.
Right? I hear that. And I think I've made that mistake so many times in my life to plan for things that I don't actually have in my hand. And so we say, with what we have now, that is what we will plan with.
Yes.
Sure. I don't refuse that you can make plans for the future, and we should. But then they must be realistic in terms of what you know for sure at some time will come in. But to say I'm going to buy a yacht,
I'm going to buy a
because
yacht.
2 years from now I have $5 million. No, come on, how is that going to be?
How does your account look like?
Sure.
Yeah.
So
what
for-
are you doing for you to get that yacht?
Sure.
So if you're not doing anything to get there, or you do not have any guarantees that you're gonna get that money, then don't plan with what you do not own.
I like it.
But it's good to dream, though.
It is. It's necessary to dream, I think. So we see you guys clicking into the room this morning. Let's take a minute to say good morning to you as you get in. Thank you. Again, yes, live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. At the same time, we know that some of you are tuned into radio, getting where you need to go this morning. And so we say a very good morning and a top of the morning to you as you go about your business, going to school, going to work, going about your business, whatever it is that you're doing today. May you have the road rise to meet you. And then we're just going to call it out and say good morning to you as you join us this morning. Cindo, what normally happens to... All right, here we go. And getting into it this morning. Thank you very much for the ads, but we're good. Good morning from Mombasa, says Robert Mbogo. We see you, Robert. Good morning to you. Don Sabo says, good morning, team. Ndu, ask Aseto, by ODM declaring negotiation with UDA, is it an indication of youth leader losing leadership and dividing ODM?
It is a negotiation. But one would ask the question, what happens to the party that has an alleged presidential candidate? Umemeswa.
That's the question.
Yeah, so ODM turns out to be Yona.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, there is no smoke without fire.
But you know, it's interesting because then again, where's the voice of the people who own ODM? Remember, ODM is not owned by the party leadership, it's owned by the delegates. Where is their voice in this negotiation is the question. Are these political parties just a vehicle for politicians to secure power, or is it a journey together with the people who form the party?
Dennis, there's this animal. Excuse me. There's this animal.
Yes.
It has soft, downy feather. Every now and then it swims.
Yes.
It's got web feet. It's got a bill, a wide bill with nostrils. It swims sometimes, it walks.
It walks. Yeah.
It makes a quack sound like quack. What is it?
Oh, it's a duck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just say.
Okay.
Okay.
So we should not be surprised.
No.
But we should be surprised, it should be angry. We should be surprised, it should be angry. Yeah.
Okay. Sour, Dennis.
Sour, that duck.
Michael Olande says, good morning, Team Spice, back after a long holiday. We know where you went, Michael, but we're very happy to have you back. A very good morning to you. Leo says, good morning, Princess Ndu and Aseto. Good morning to you. With agreement with the court on the case LSK is kicking and screaming about, let the lawyers in state law in counties do their work. Many clients in the legal sea. Cindy, of course, LSK is up in arms because the court have come out to say, you know what, you guys have in-house counsel. Use it and stop racking up these crazy bills by hiring people to come in as private legal guardians. Don't do that anymore. The lawyers have said, what's wrong with you? Can't agree.
Can't do that.
Kind of thing.
You know. But I think, it's a wider conversation. In one way, I understand those who petitioned because we have legal counsel from the counties.
Yeah.
You know, so one would ask the question, by the time you're getting out there to seek legal counsel from outside, what's the purpose of you having legal counsel from inside?
Exactly. It's
You
true.
know,
It's true.
because those are people who are paid to do the work.
They're on a payroll
They're
to
on a
do this,
payroll.
but then you pay them a salary and then you still go rack up these huge
Yes.
legal fees. And the Auditor General has flagged time and time and time
Yeah.
again that one lawyer can actually walk around away with hundreds of millions of shillings from county because of, what they
hundreds
did.
of millions of shillings, yet you have legal counsel who does not walk away with hundreds and millions of shillings and they do not do anything, which begs the question, do you need them?
Very true.
So we either get rid of internal legal counsel and allow counties to just go home.
It is very true. It is very true. Tupac Shakur, California love. I told you. Good morning, Tupac. And you're asking ile pesa ya KQ kuja unione behind the tent. We'll talk about that. Isaac Ale says, good morning, Ndo and Aseto and the usual suspects. Quotable quote, the difference between people and dogs is that dogs will never allow the weakest and dumbest to lead the pack. Ooh. It's true. That's all I can say.
Repeat again.
The difference between dogs and humans is that dogs will never allow the weakest and dumbest to lead the pack.
Yeah.
They put the strongest in front.
And
because
even when the
that's where we are
strongest
going.
become old and cannot lead the pack, they know their place.
Exactly. They step back.
Just say.
Well, it's true. Good morning, all at Spice FM, says Margaret Wanjohi. The Situation Room, I'm listening in from Kahawa, West Nairobi. Great to be here. Let's continue the great conversations. Thank you for being here, Margaret. Good morning to you. Good morning from Preston in the UK. This is Rahim Sula Omar. Uganda switching off its internet and roaming is giving people in East Africa PTSD. It's true. 2 days to the election, indeed, a lot of the communication channels have been shut down in Uganda. Just being able to chat with some friends who were able to get over on a virtual network, but then it looks like it may not last for too long.
Yeah.
Of course, we know that Ugandans go to the polls tomorrow. The two contenders right now looks like, President Yoweri Museveni as the incumbent and Changulani as the, also known as Bobby Wine as, the contender.
But one would ask the question, is the election against Yoweri and Museveni?
That's a good question. It's going to be an interesting time tomorrow to then be able to see what happens with Yoweri Museveni now at 84 years old and having been in power for 40 years.
40 years.
All right, Leo, you ask a question rather. Good morning, tuning in from Ture, Mombasa, Dr. Venvik. And Leo says, do the many reforms in the education... Okay, do the many reforms in the education say that Ruto takes a kid from one corner of Kenya to the other to learn in a day school, or which reforms are these? I get your question.
Yeah.
And it's part of the conversation that we'll be having this morning at 8 o'clock, that what exactly does it mean? And for once and for all, can we get this through and through? Good morning, team. Ndo and Denis. Naona mkomacho. But that means when you say mkomacho, that means what? You're awake?
You're awake.
Oh, okay. Sawa.
Tuko macho na tuko ange. We are alert.
Okay, ange. Joseph Okondo says, good morning, Team Spice. Tune in also from Ture, Mombasa. Good morning to you. Mashari Anjero says, good morning to you, watching from Portland in Oregon. Aseto.
Yes.
Kenya is a big criminal enterprise and everybody is trying to cut their niche. Cry, my beloved country. He's telling you specifically.
Yes. Sini kweli.
Okay.
It is a big criminal enterprise, whichever way you want to look at it. I'm sorry, but that's just where we find ourselves. Question is, what are we doing about it, both as electorates, and what is our role in ensuring that we do things right? We can't complain of Kenya being a criminal enterprise, yet when you break the law and you get arrested, you're quick at doing what? Paying the bribe.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it is our mess.
It is.
Yeah, and we must all wipe it, all our bums.
Don't say what you think, but okay. Okay. Bernard, good morning, Team Spice. Disconnected until further notice. I don't know what that means, but okay. Good morning to you. Eric Awuor says, good morning to you, Karibu Sana. And Kenneth says, good morning, Ndo and Deno. Good morning to you. Jennifer Tanya says, good morning, my favorite persons tuned in from Kikuyu. Good morning, Jennifer. Hope you're doing well. In the city of opportunities led by Nakuru girls is Papa Ogutu. Okay, Sawa. Thomas Homosa says good morning. Waiting for the big conversation. We're bringing it. Kabisa. Rahim Tula says, speaking of the Atlas Mountains, I saw a British couple online driving from London to Nairobi, as people often do, just driving around the world. Yeah. They've reached a place of self-actualization where you can actually do that. So, kudos.
They're actually cycles.
Yeah, kudos to you. Amelia Mondi says, good morning. Usually I'm a silent listener of the show, but today something amazing just happened. My little human woke up and her first reaction was, Mama, no situation room today? Allah, we want to know her name because she will be the ambassador for this show.
Yes.
She reminded her mother that she must do. Now, we are very glad today that you're no longer a silent listener. And thank you for joining the Legion. Karibu Sana. She's 3. Oh my goodness. You're doing something right. Kabisa Mama. A very good job that you're doing this morning. So let's get into it, shall we? We want to know her name. Is that okay? Let us know. Rahim Tula says the proverb is like going on holiday with borrowed money. Mashara and Jerry also says, yes. Now, what happens to block voting? The bishop missed the tender to Kamago. Well, still a conversation that's being had. It should not be thrown under the carpet, because if we have an option for secure voting, whereby the cost is cheap, where it will cost in its entirety 36,000 shillings, and you don't want to go for it, we got to ask the question about what's going on with you.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, there's nothing to gain. The fella doesn't want money from the thing. Why would you not want to do something like this? You have to ask.
You know, the beauty is, once you cast your vote,
it's done.
You just look at the system and you know who the winner is. You don't need to wait for a day, not even 2.
You don't.
You call it from your living room. But
there's a reason why people don't want it. That's why we need to.
Ponky.
And that's why we need to keep talking about it.
Exactly.
We'll keep talking about it. Yeah. There is an option, guys. There actually is an option. I don't know him from Adam. I don't know. I'm just telling you that I see this thing and it makes sense, and that there's no human behind it, and that it can deliver the technology that you need to decide who has actually won. Hey, why wouldn't you want it? Why?
We need to tender. We need to award tenders.
All right. Good morning, Team Spice, says Jose Mahinda. Tibbs Muga is also tuned in this morning. A very good morning to you. Good morning, Ndu and Denis. Vico said, kindly ask Eric Omondi and the 47 movement waende mashinani. Otherwise, there's nothing they are doing. Okay, so we'll see if we can ask him. Emily says, the insults, the people calling each other things. That's why we're not going to Singapore. Sindeo, even that alone is enough.
Where's respect?
At the very least. Good morning to you, Mavenge Muchemi. Musema Okweli says, good morning, great team. How can Kasongo take public assets and resources to become his own property, then sells it to his own private limited company fund where he's controlling it? Infrastructure fund. Those are hard questions, but must be asked. Hussein Calvin is also saying, good morning, Ndu and Denis. Nakuru County locked. Museveni already won. Waiting for celebrations. Okay, sour. Andrew Chira says, what's so funny, crew? Oh, you missed it. What were we laughing about? Can't remember. But, laughter is good. It's the best medicine, they say. Good morning, arise and shine. MPs were Jenge Mashule Kwao. If there's a guy who has been in the shadows, and then he has said, you know what, you guys are joking. Let me show you how it's done. His initials are double N.
Yeah.
And he just woke up and said, you know what?
Come.
Kujeni.
You want to benchmark? Come. Don't go to Singapore yet to benchmark. Come.
Just go to Moranga County, then you turn left, turn right, and turn left again. You get to a constituency called Kiharu. And the member of parliament is Ndindinyoro. And he said, you know what? Come to school, 500 bob. That's all we want from you for the term. The best teachers, we take you to Mombasa for a week. The best, deputy school, we take you to Dubai for a week.
Yes.
Excuse me, don't you think that what's going to happen is that people are going to be saying, Allah, what do we need to do? Let's buckle down and do the work.
Yeah.
Incentive, my friend.
Incentive.
This guy has done it. He's doing it. Call him whatever you want to call him. Call him a Ruto orphan. Call him somebody who has a shareholding in KPLC. Call him whatever you want to call him. But he's saying, you know what, guys? We are here talking.
Yeah,
Let me show you how it's done.
Yeah.
Hey.
That's what we need to do, man. That's what
Let's just work and get the thing done.
I was looking at the NGCDF website, just comparing different constituencies. It is great when a constituency has given water tanks to schools, but it's different when you have classes accommodating more students in a humane and dignified manner.
We can't even hide it.
You can't hide it.
And the thing about this thing is that if children are going to school and they have not paid it's actually not true that this 500 shilling is working or is not working. See, we will know.
We will know.
It will come out. They'll tell us, actually, you know what? Kiharu constituency, it's a lie. Let's see.
Imagine people who are complaining of Kiharu constituency are people outside Kiharu constituency. The locals,
they're okay.
They're okay. That should tell you something.
Benchmark Singa where Kiharu?
No, Singa Kiharu.
Singa Kiharu.
Yeah.
Hey, My goodness. Andrew Shearer saying, Deno, be honest. Ushawai to a hongo kwa traffic officer?
Never. That I can tell you for a fact. Never.
There you go.
And I learned it at a very young age. I remember there's a time we were traveling from Eldoret going to Migori County, and my dad was stopped by a police officer, right? So when you're driving, there's a pebble that, because the road was under construction, a pebble cracked the screen. And this officer wanted my dad to drive all the way back to Eldoret and fix it. My dad was like, no. If anything, it is the government that should pay me because it is them who've caused this. And that gentleman asked my dad for soda. My dad by then was working for Rift Valley Potlers. We had like 4 crates of soda
in the car.
Opened the boot. Chukua.
That's the actual soda.
That's the actual soda.
Chukua soda. I love it.
Yes.
One Mr. Aseto. Gotta love him.
Gotta love it.
Musama Okweli, we see you. Josh Willie says, good morning. And Amelia says her name is Amani Bass. Amani is a TSR ambassador at the age of 3, saying, Mama, no situation room today? Yeah. I love it. Okay. Ricky Kenyanjui says, good morning and rejoice in the Lord. Amen. Kabisa. Good morning, team. Lot from Maua in Meru. I've been there. Bonnie Gatobu, good morning to you. Blessed day, fellow Kenyans. Peter Budhia, you are alleging that there has been a night operation to demolish Kiambu Governor Kimani Wamatangi's businesses. What happened? We'll look into that because it'll definitely come through. We need 100 Dindis to change Kenya. I'm telling you, that's it. Singapore Kiharu. Singaharu is just here. Singharu, guys. You want to go get on a plane, start going very far. Here. If you start driving now, by 7:30, you'll be there.
You can imagine if everybody just emulated what is happening in Kiharu.
Good morning. Kindly highlight Kupet elections as Osura declared the new ES. Those elections are going on. Of course, Akelo Misori has been there for yonks. Has he been ousted? Let's look into it. Good morning from Mombasa. Leo umechelewa Peter. What's wrong? Good morning to you. I hope you're well though. Charles Juma also, that's what we're saying. Good morning to you. And good morning, great team, Spice FM. Beja, tuned in from Paddington in the UK. Good morning to everybody. Karibuni sana. Many things to talk about, guys. The solutions that we're looking for here. Here. There are solutions to these issues that we have, and they are here. You don't need to go anywhere else. And there's enough money. There's enough money to go around. Where do you think Ndindi Nyoro is getting his money from?
Yeah.
Where do you think this money is coming from? Where do you think the money is coming from to develop things in the constituency? Where?
Guys, we cannot be a country that has one of the best digital payment systems across the world and are unable to implement that in our government systems for traceability and avoid what?
My darling.
Corruption.
My darling. Unwilling.
Yes.
Not unable.
Yes.
Unwilling.
Yes.
Those are the questions that we ask. We'll ask them here because the laws have already been made. The laws are made by the same people who are then told, go ye forth and implement the law. Still the same parliament. Some people are doing it. What happens to those who are not?
Yeah.
We could go on and on and on and on. And let's look into the headlines now and see what is making news. We'll start in Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Joyline, good morning. How are you? Joyline is here.
Yeah, hello. I know she doesn't know where hello is, but hello.
Hello. All right. Let's look into the front page of The Standard this morning. The news making the headlines. Ruto reality check. President William Ruto's hold on Mount Kenya is weakening. His climb up the mountain is getting slippery. Gotta love that headline. His latest tour, where only 2 governors out of 11 joined him to launch projects, is a pointer to a switch in allegiance. Once drawing massive organic crowds, he now depends on allies to mobilize supporters and influence projects. Many local leaders fear backlash over unpopular policies and his fallout with his former deputy Rigathi Gachagua. Analysts warn with 2027 approaching, Mount Kenya politicians are recalculating support, leaving Ruto's once solid base increasingly fragile. Is this perception or is this the case? Is it true that as he went to Nyeri and other places that the 11 governors of this region, Kiambu, Murang'a, Nyeri, all of these, they did not show up? What does that mean? Okay, we'll look into that a little bit when Dr. Mbai is with us at 7 o'clock. State to receive 110,000 doses of injectable HIV prevention drug. Hololai. All right. it's coming and it's going to be a test. It's likely that this injection will prevent, it's like anti-malarial, anti-HIV, for 6 months. And then you take it every 6 months. 110,000 doses. Let's see how soon they finish when they come. This is the story we're going to follow, because then as soon as they arrive, how long are they going to last? And that will tell you a lot. A lot. You follow my train of thought. You're hearing what I'm saying. The CS Treasury FCPA John Badi says the state will retain key stake in Safaricom. So, Msijali, si ati yote inaenda. We're just selling kidogo ndio tutumie hiyo pesa ku develop nini.
I usually forgive me, Okay. When you're owning shares, when you have majority shares, those are key shareholding, whatever. When you sell some na zimekuwa kidogo, you become a least shareholder.
Minority.
Yeah. So key shares, unless it's from the perspective that they give licenses to operate and land rates zinalipwa, then on that basis maybe.
Amesema imebaki.
Ni sawa. See, we are here.
Okay.
We'll just check the statement of accounts on who the key shareholders are when they release their.
I just wanted to say good morning to Sylvester, Jeffrey, and Dan Steele, as well as Denis. Also, Asnwab on Monday, as you're getting in, just before we get into more of the story. So good morning to you guys. We see you. And even as you keep trickling in, Karibuni Sana. And know that, you know how when they pray at the beginning of the event,
yes,
they pray the event has started, and for the food that we are about to receive in, for those who come later, we have prayed, we have covered everything, as we have greeted everybody.
Yes.
Sasa
I was also asked to say hello to you by one Jennifer Sirindi. She watches the show.
Oh, okay. Hi, Jennifer.
Yes, and she's vying for a position in procurement, KISM. She wants to be the president, so she said.
I know what KISM is.
Yes, Kenya Institute of Supply Management.
Yes. Actually.
Yes.
Uganda shuts down internet ahead of polls. We saw that. And they said, we don't want all this thing that you people are doing. No, we're not interested. Ruto Craft's new campaign called to break regional kingpins' power. Okay. The president's reality check in Kenya is a story that's carried on page 5, which comes off the lead headline on the front page. Residents on edge after 2 bodies found in septic tank. Guys, I would be on edge if that had happened. I don't know if they were found in the same septic tank. Actually, yes. 2 bodies were found in the same septic tank in a building in Mbale town. Of course, in Mbale, yeah.
That's what's here?
Yes, it's Western Mbale. Tudun. Yes, it is. So the questions are, what's going on with that? We're still going to the place where you have to kill and hide people. ODM waning power jolts Odinga family. Okay. I did not eat chicken, I poor boss tells the JSC. The Independent Police Oversight Authority chairman Isaac Hassan has defended his tenure at the Interim Independent Electoral Commission. Mr. Hassan, while being interviewed for a Court of Appeal judge job, said he has maintained clean hands, adding that despite being approached to go between the pirates and the Koreans, to be a go-between for the pirates and the Koreans, which had tempting amounts of money, and being urged by a friend to alter the IEBC ballot paper tender to get half of the 60 million brokerage fee, he opted to choose integrity. Now, that tells you that there's a lot of stuff even going on now in terms of the IEBC. But Isaac Hassan says, Mimi, no, didn't do.
Yeah.
Tech firm sues ministry for using their intervention to create software. Oh, for the love of God. And it goes on and on. How schools are using uniforms to rip off parents.
Yeah. It's called the uniform scandal.
Hey, okay.
Every corner is a scandal.
The Tana River County government has announced vacancies. There's 3 whole pages of vacancies. So if you feel like, there's something that you qualify for there, you can actually try and apply.
Yeah.
On the op-eds, there's a story written by Kazi Amel and Desi Kakuru on whether he wins or not. Wine has reshaped Uganda's politics, and looking into that. Sawa?
True.
All right, we'll look into details of some of these stories after you, sir.
Daily Nation and the biggest headline states 39 billion shillings legal fees come. Right. A court order barring public agencies from hiring private law firms has revived the debate on huge legal fees the government incurs despite employing state lawyers. So there you have Nairobi County with 21.3 billion shillings in legal fees. Machakos, 1.5 billion shillings. And the list is Lamu with 6 million shillings. So you have almost half of the counties recording hundreds of millions. And the double digits is like 1, 2, 3, 4, less than 10. On the double digits in millions, not in hundreds of thousands. Do with that information what you may. Now, 204 billion shillings from sale of Safaricom shares to fund capital projects. Now, Treasury plans to spend money raised from the partial sale of government shares in Safaricom exclusively on infrastructure projects and help funding strain as more learners qualify for varsity. Now, following the release of 2025 KCSE exam results, the number of students eligible for university admission has risen to 270,715, up from 246,000 who qualified in 2024. Now, HELB estimates about 90% of the students will apply for loans, putting more pressure on a tight budget, even as the agency targets to recover 6 billion shillings this year. More students, more money. But HELB says, Pessah unge. Yes. Ruto's plan to regain support in Mount Kenya. That, as the standard says, that the mountain is slippery. Now, independent commissions workers threaten strike. What's here? Independent commissions workers threaten strike. Now, union protests that its members have often been excluded in salary review.
Independent akina IEBC, IPOA,
Police Service Commission, those ones. They're threatening to go on strike because every time there is a review, they are not considered. So they're saying, you know what? They equally demand and will rightfully supposed to be reviewed as you review others.
Okay.
JSC regains power to discipline judges as suspension is lifted. So JSC now can start disciplining judges, which is their work anyway. But
I think it's just so interesting that it was a judge who put the suspension in place in the first place, and then it is a judge who's released the suspension who essentially says that JSC can now come back and discipline us, the judges.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so fun, the law. This thing is so interesting.
I know.
Yeah.
And lawyers' power and protest, how LSK learned to speak or stay silent. That is when it was registered as a colonial institution for the self-regulation of lawyers. One of the caveats was to keep out of local politics. But nowadays we see that LSK is speaking a lot, especially on matters to do with politics. And we have on page 4 that story on 39 billion shillings in terms of legal fees. And funding crisis looms as more learners qualify for university. That is in page 7. And 2.4 million students receive grade 6 special needs exam results. So you realize that those results are coming in today for the special needs exams that was sat. And grade 10 learners will be left out. No grade 10 learners will be left out. That is always the story in terms of 100% transition. Question is, who always follows that up to ensure that it actually happens?
Yeah.
Because most of it is usually just work and policy, but you never follow up on that. One has to credit Matiang'i and Magoha for following up on 100% transition. Question is, what happened after they left?
Yeah.
And state bets on Safaricom stake to finance infrastructure, 204 billion shillings that will be spent on the same.
All right, so let's look into some other papers. And just then, for clarification, Mbale is in Vihiga. And Busia has Nambale. So there's Nambale in Busia and Mbale in Vihiga. Thanks for that, guys. Let's look into the Star. And there's a disturbing pictorial on the front page of the Star this morning. And that's what we're looking at today. This is in Kenya. This is not in another country, in another place, in another part of the world. This is Kenya. And those pictures that we see this morning is raging drought wipes out livestock in northern Kenya. And this is under, of course, the politics, but that's the picture that tells 1,000 words of the things that we see. A malnourished camel. A malnourished camel and dead livestock, not dying, dead livestock in Ramu, Mandera County. And there's a Kenya Red Cross personnel walking past carcasses of livestock killed in drought-hit Chabilbar in Mandera County. Sweeping across the nation is drought at this time, which we knew that one extreme weather condition follows another. We know this. The science has proven it to us over and over again. There is a national disaster management authority. There is one. Have they been given wings to fly? What are we... That this happens in places where people count on their livestock for livelihood. And when we talk about the fundamentals to get towards a developing country, this is what we are talking about. That it is not your fault. It's nobody's one fault that the weather or the climate or the environment does what it does. It's Mother Nature. She'll do whatever she wants to do, or whatever she needs to do. What are we doing to mitigate the results?
Nothing.
Of this, what Mother Nature decides that she's going to do.
Nothing, man. You just talk.
This is the thing.
Because you see, this is also backed by science. Plus, as Mother Nature has always given us her cycle on how she operates.
She will give you the indicators. Yeah. That's why we have the science to then be able to read through. Kenya Met told us. They did.
Yeah.
They did.
And not just Kenya Met, other global institutions. IGAD is there, which always tells us how the weather will be. Like today, we have a month weather forecast. We know exactly what is coming next month. What are we doing with that information? We're just sitting.
This is not the first time this has happened. We'll see pictures more and more of people's cattle. We will hear that the government will say, well, okay, we'll buy your cattle and we'll give you money for it that you may go buy food. We know that this is what is going to happen. Yeah. We'll see an offtake of some cattle that is weak, and then the government will go and pump it up and then use it for others. And we'll see that money goes. We'll see it again. It cannot be that the solution to this every time is to buy off livestock.
It can be. It can be. It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be.
Because that is the lifestyle these people live. That is their culture. It can't be that every other time, because you failed to participate in making their lives better, that all you need to do is always offtake livestock because drought has hit. That cannot be the solution. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Raila's party agrees to open coalition deal with Kalonzo. Okay. ODM secret card as party starts 27 election pact talks with Ruto. That's interesting, because the subhead says one thing and the main headline says something totally different. So which is it here? What are we doing exactly? Do you see how you're confusing people? And that's also interesting because there's also a liner here. The president milks World Bank's 5 billion shilling hustler purse to charm youth and women. Okay. MP's challenge body on the sale of Safaricom and seek assurance on job losses does confirm that people are not going to lose their jobs because of the thing that you people are doing. So some of the stories that we're looking at, of course, heavy on the politics. There's a battle for Kericho, what we're being told. And just in case you guys are wondering, there are by-elections next week.
Yep.
Still Mbere North. We're looking at other parts of the country as well. So again, the litmus test we've kind of already seen. Is this litmus test part 2? A quick look at the Business Daily tells us that telcos face higher fines as CA sets service quality at 90%. If you don't deliver it's interesting that the CA, which is the government authority, is demanding 90% operational output from these telcos. And we had the CS Treasury here who told us that it's very difficult for government to operate properly and optimally.
Yeah. 90%. So that
but you're demanding 90% output from somebody else. You yourself, can you?
You cannot deliver.
That's the question. All right, so let's look into some of these stories in detail. Maybe we have chance for one or two. At least you have a view of what the headlines look like. I want to look into this Mbale stories. It's a bit disturbing that residents are living in fear following gruesome discovery of 2 bodies inside the septic tank behind a commercial building in Mbale town. Police officers retrieved the bodies on Tuesday following reports that the public who raised the alarm over a foul smell from the septic tank. Rather, after the public raised the alarm. Curious residents peeped inside and spotted the decomposing bodies, prompting an immediate response from the authorities. The police said one of the bodies has been positively identified as a 43-year-old man who worked as a casual laborer at an entertainment joint in Mbale town. The man, identified as Humphrey Balanga, popularly known as Rasta or Metro, had been reported missing on the 24th of December 2025. The retrieval operation, which took more than 5 hours, was conducted with the help of residents and officers from the fire and emergency services. The bodies were later taken to the Vihiga County Funeral Parlor, pending post-mortem examinations and identification of the second body. Mbihi Location Chief Alex Omenda said investigations are ongoing to establish where the victims were killed and who may be responsible. Tough one.
It's tough, man. What happened to us that it's so easy for you to kill?
I know.
You know, like it's so easy for... Imagine that you've killed someone and that you're even thinking of concealing that crime. And the best place you drop it is in a septic tank.
Yeah.
And not one. That's
Two bodies in the same tank.
What happened to us?
There's something that's painfully grotesque about how we operate now. I mean, you're right.
Yeah.
When did we get to the point that the solution towards a conflict or fear is to take life?
Yeah.
And it seems to be so easy now. And that even the way we react to such things, we've almost lost some of our salt, where we say, okay, they died. Okay, 2 people were found in a septic tank. Okay, again. You know, that's our response.
Again,
like,
yeah.
Another one. No, come on. Or value. What value are we placing?
I was having a conversation with the head of camera department, Mr. Githai. He's been in the industry for a very long time. And he says back in the days, in the 90s, right? It would be a national breaking news when you hear 2 people have died somewhere. It would be a big story, you know, because it's not something that you're used to. Today, bus accident, 17. Oh, it's another accident. You know what I mean? 2 people in a septic tank. Oh, another one.
I don't know, man.
You know, every week there is a femicide case somewhere. Oh, that's another one. What happened to us? How did you find ourselves here?
Or that we don't ask questions.
Yeah.
You know? Like, you don't ask, are you okay? Like, even me, as I'm talking to myself, in our estate, I'm so convinced. There's a woman, she's easily beaten to a pulp every night. She's screaming. And I'm thinking, you know what? I'm just going to go and say, excuse me, just let her. If you can't stay with this person,
let her go.
Let her go. They're beating her to a pulp every day. And we know, and then she smiles with us every day. No, let her go. Move out. And I mean, it would kill me as I sit here, knowing that I hear those screams.
And you did nothing
and
about
I did nothing about it. So I've just even spoken to myself that, come on, whatever. Because somebody shows up in a box one day and then we'll say, man. Then we come and tell the story. Yeah, you know, I used to hear them shouting. I used to hear them fighting. No.
I mean, walk there.
Hey.
We did that in our apartment.
Hey.
There's this guy who was beating up the wife one day. And we're just like, this is nonsense, man. We knocked on that door and told that guy, yo, you better stop. Itoshe. Another gentleman, I think is a new tenant, was beating up the sister. The first day we had a conversation with him. The second time, we beat the guy up and took him to the police. Just so he knows you cannot especially touch a woman simply because you think you're a man.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Yeah, you're right. And
Stupid.
I think, to do something about that.
Yeah.
Because this thing is so normal that you can beat somebody to a pulp and smile in the morning.
Yeah.
You know, the abuses. And where does it start from? Somebody made a comment in the section this morning and said, you know, these abuses that we're talking about, and you want to find yourself, we're abusing each other. We are messing around with our psyche. Our personalities have tanked.
And the children.
What do we expect? What do we expect? You expect things to look good? Of course they're going to go belly up. How are we operating? And I think it's a call for us all to think one to the other. The things that we see that we laugh at, that we frown, that we shrug off like they're not important, those are the things that are degrading our society. And then you ask, what do you expect? What do we expect? Garbage in, garbage out. I remember reading stories about the first technology, and that is what the computer essentially said. What you put in is what is going to come out.
Yes.
What you input as data into the system is essentially what the operating system is going to give to you. What do we expect?
Yeah. When you do everything wrong, what do you expect?
It's just
Positive
2 bodies.
results.
Yeah. It's just 2 bodies in a septic tank in Bale in Vihiga.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's the picture of the society.
It's just some 40 or something bodies in Kware, and it's okay.
It's a picture of the society. We got to take different brushes, dip it in different paint, and paint a different picture.
True.
Unfortunately, there are too many of these stories. But we do have 3-year-old Amani who wakes up in the morning and says, guys, where's the situation room? Let's have these conversations. How's that for a glimmer of hope on a Wednesday morning? Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It is now 7 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Protect your today, securing your tomorrow.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. President William Ruto has once again called on opposition leaders to stop inciting the youth for political gain, saying it is selfish to use young people without providing solutions to their challenges. Speaking at Samburu County during the launch of the 103.9 million shillings grant to 4,159 young entrepreneurs from Samburu, Isiolo, Laikipia and Marsabit counties, the president said the government has a strong plan to create employment opportunities and empower the youth economically. Now, the president stressed that the youth need jobs, quality education and government support to develop themselves, while urging them to focus on economic activities that will change their lives.
Kama hamuna kitu ya kupanga ya hawa vijana, wachaneni na vitisho, wachaneni na uchochezi. Hawa vijana, they want a future. Wanataka kujua ajira itapatikana wapi. Wanataka kujua masomo wataendelea namna gani. Wanataka kujua biashara watafanya namna gani.
Wale viongozi wanataka kusaidia vijana, wawatafutie pesa kama hii ya nyota ambayo tumeletewa na serikali ya William Samoei Ruto.
He cited government initiatives such as affordable housing, overseas jobs, digital opportunities and the Nyota program as specific measures to empower the youth. During the visit, the president also inaugurated the construction of the Rumuruti Modern Market in Laikipia County worth 260 million Kenya shillings, which will serve 750 traders, as well as announcing an investment of 15 billion Kenya shillings in an affordable housing program and other development projects.
Wanasiasa na viongozi ni maneno tu ya kupiga kura, maneno ya kupiga kura, lakini kupiga kura ni siku moja. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Lakini maisha ni kila siku. Biashara ni kila siku.
Ile bottom up rais alisema wakati alituongoza katika kampeni ndio hii. Mtu ambaye hana hata shilingi moja ya kufanya biashara anapatiwa 50,000 startup capital ya kuanza biashara.
The leaders who accompanied him praised the government's efforts in improving security and bringing development to neglected areas. The Kenyan Police Force has announced that it will continue to collaborate with the private sector organizations to enhance its operations. Deputy Inspector General of Police Gilbert Masengeli said the collaboration will enhance security. Masengeli made the announcement while receiving 90 vehicles to help the police tackle insecurity across the country.
This program has been extremely successful, but the vehicles that we are delivering today is 95 out of 591 of phase 7 police leasing vehicles.
The vehicles we flag off today will enhance mobility, responsiveness, and efficiency across police operations, ultimately enabling our officers to serve Kenyans better and more effectively.
It sends a significant step towards achieving the strategic objective outlined in the National Police Service Strategic Plan 2023-2027, particularly in strengthening the service logistical operational capacity.
The Kenya National Examinations Council has opened the competency-based assessment portal, allowing schools and candidates to access their 2025 Kenya Primary School Education Assessment and Kenya Inclusive Learning Assessment performance results for over 1.29 million grade 6 learners and more than 1.13 million special needs students, respectively. The assessments were conducted from October 27th to October 30th last year for grade 6 learners and from October 27th to October 31st for learners with special needs. The council emphasized that all students must be registered learners in their respective institutions. Required registration details include learners' names as per their birth certificates, gender, year of birth, citizenship, and the chosen religious education option. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's now 6 minutes after 7 o'clock and into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Wednesday, the 14th of January. Thank you for being here with us as we get into those. Let me tell you about what's going on. I see a lot of you out there making the moves. We see you, and we can understand that sometimes you're thinking, I'm working so hard, I'm doing everything that I need to do to then be present and operational in this current moment. But then you hear people talking about their plans for the future. They've prepared for their 2.5 kids. They've prepared for their retirement. They've prepared for what's going to happen later on, and you're thinking, hold on a minute, am I the only one who's not having this conversation? Could be, but I guarantee you that you're not the only one who is not having the conversation. But that doesn't mean that you can't have it now. You can have a conversation about your future. You can start to ask questions about what do I need to do. You can start to have a plan. And the folks at ICEA Lion understand that there's some of these difficulties when it comes to your future. And you know what they're saying? All you have to do is ask the question, what's your plan? What's my plan? How can I get to the place where all these things that I do today can actually provide something for me in the future? And they're saying, you ask us that question, we'll sit down with you and we'll figure it out together. So what you need to do today, ask, what's your plan? What's my plan with icealion.co.ke? And then you have an opportunity to sit down with folks who understand the business of it and will then be able to get you to a place where you're putting a little bit of something aside and reaching a target for the future. Don't be left out. You don't have to worry about it. The best time to start planning for it is now. So don't think about what happened before. Get into something today. And even while you're doing that, let me tell you that, there's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to win a dream getaway, all thanks to the KCB winning card. If you bank with KCB and you pay using your KCB debit, credit, or prepaid card, you get a chance to win every single time you pay. It's fantastic stuff, I tell you. Whether you're buying groceries, whether you're fueling your car, whether you're grabbing lunch, or you're shopping online, just pay with your KCB card and you get a chance to win. Weekly winners walk away with 10,000 shillings. Monthly winners walk away with 100,000 shillings and a chance to enter into the grand prize draw, which, guess what, is a trip for 2 to Zanzibar, where your flights and accommodation are paid for, and you get to go on some really exciting excursions because you did what? You paid with your KCB card. So Remember, paying with your KCB card isn't just safe and secure. It is also an opportunity that could make you a winner. The more you pay using your KCB card, the better your chances of winning. So use your KCB card today, the winning card, and remember that terms and conditions apply. But above all, remember that KCB is for people. It is for better. And for better, those are the conversations that we're having this morning. We're going to get into a political one today at this time, and we're going to be looking at some of these exoduses. Are they exoduses or are they exodi? You know, we can say whatever we want. We can make up vocabulary. Who knows? After all, we were told that some words made it into Oxford the other day, but we shall not talk about those right now. Right? Dr. Peter Mbai is here with us this morning and enabling us to have that conversation in his capacity this morning as we look into this political exodus and motives behind political moves. Leadership and governance expert Dr. Peter Mbai, good morning.
Good morning, Phil. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year to you.
Good. We are approaching this year slowly, without a lot of. We don't want to provoke it. We just want to do it slowly, so that we just get into an equilibrium where we are going to move together. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's a good place to start. But let me talk about a place that might be even more interesting to start. That Denis is coming in with Proverbs today from Algeria.
Yes, the largest country landmass in the continent, 10th globally, rich in oil, and export the same. It is cheaper than water in some places because 90% of the country is a desert. But this is the proverb that you get from the Berber-speaking people of Algeria. Never rely on something you do not own. Never rely on something you do not own. What do you think they're trying to say?
Literally speaking, simply make use or depend on what you can control. What is within your power. What is within your own reach. Because whatever you don't own, you are not sure how far it can take you because it's not yours. Because somebody else, because you may rely on it, maybe some money, maybe some brains of someone which you don't have. Now go on to what you have, make use of it, develop it, use it, and that's what is yours. Because people can let you down, situations can let you down, other things can disappoint you. So believe in yourself and conquer out with what you have and move. Aim to develop it instead of thinking of how can I wish I had the resources, the brains, the money, like so and so. But develop what you have.
So, okay.
Good. Well said, man.
Well said, indeed. Let's look at some of the motives behind political moves this morning. We've seen quite a number of them over the last couple of months, and we've heard suggestions that perhaps somebody could move in one direction or another, with, of course, the latest being... Well, I don't know if there are any latest. There have been quite a number. The latest being that of Eliud Owalo, who was, at this rate, serving in capacity as a special advisor to the delivery of the presidency in the executive. He says he's going to throw his hat in the ring for the 2027 election. Before that, Moses Kuria. Before that, we've seen that people have said, we're joining the broad-based government. We've seen, significant members of parliament talk about perhaps moving. We've seen others say, no, we're with Ruto until 2027, up until 2032. Everybody's talking about something. We've seen people who've moved from party and joined the united opposition. Others have said, no, we'll remain. Is this really that we're seeing moves for people to do something better, or are we just seeing that there might be something underlying?
Thanks so much. This is what I think. One, there are people, starting maybe from those who exist in government, some people, and quite a number of people, including myself, we went to government because we thought there's something we could do to literally, genuinely help this country as per the promises made. And I keep on saying, yes, it's true. We were part of this government, and we thought that there's something very, very good we could do about it. Now, we moved there as consultants. Consultant, you don't go there and get into comfortable zone of becoming permanent and pensionable. You are hired to help for a cause. So if it's not working, you can't mess your name because of something called government. There's a name because the brand, for example, Mbaye, from where I've come from and where I'm going, and the people who taught me in high places, they have expectations of me. So, and that's for me is this January is also very important for me because 1 year. I mean, since I left government, because you are this is what we have agreed to do. If you can't do it, please excuse me. It's okay. It's your government.
Yeah.
We thought it is our government. Now, looking at, for example, some like very quickly, some like in that category of people like Owalo, I can tell you this. Unfortunately, the government delivery service is dead. It died. It was killed. Yes, it was killed. I mean, those are some of the things that I saw long time ago. I mean, because you can tell us, you go work and tell us what to do. When we bring it on the table, nobody has an interest to do whatever we agreed. So I can first of all understand the frustration of many people working in this government. People who have conscience will leave. That's the first statement. In droves. By August, you'll be shocked because we talk to them. They said, oh, wow, you are quite courageous to go ahead, but we are coming. Because there is no future. People want to believe, for example, in a government that they know, this government, because of the promises, is popular enough to go win another term. Then you can hook your personal career now to the life of government. So number one, quite a number of people will leave. One, because of the inability of this government to deliver what they promise, and the people moving away. Now, this is what happened. Look at an example of these trucks that move on the roads. There is that front part and the behind. Now, what happens is that in this government, the front part went all the way, okay, and the people are behind like 20, 50 kilometers away. Now, this is the whole connection between politics and government. It is politics that make governments. So if you're not careful once in government, you lose the people, you lose the politics. And there's a whole issue about impeachment. People say what happened in Mount Kenya. It's very simple. When you disrupt political peace and political calmness, when there is political toxicity, there's no delivery. Even if you come and do how many projects, I can tell you'll be talking to yourself. That's number one. But number two, I talk about the people who leave government because of frustrations, of humiliation, and inability of the government to deliver. That's number one. But number two, now, people are saying, if now we are here, which level do we go, or which kind of, because there are two major formations, and the shifts are going to happen. Let me tell you, you have not seen anything yet. For us, we are happy because we did all the donkey work last year, and this year's movement. Okay, actually, we're just going down the valley now because we are not talking about 2027. We are talking about next year.
Okay, let me ask you that next year is 2027.
It's next year's.
Okay, so you were the head of the government service delivery unit. You left a year ago citing frustration and lack of political goodwill. So what I'm hearing you saying is that as we talk about these moves, they're not just political moves because people want to move to a different political party. What you're saying is that people are genuinely frustrated because what they thought they were joining this side to then be able to deliver is not happening?
Good. What I'm saying is exactly that. There are some people, many, who joined the government with the hope that they would deliver, and then the people would like what they have delivered. It would be very easy to seek for re-election, right? And I can't fault those who are still there because it's not easy. People have loans, people have mortgages, people have things to do. So a quite number of people, including very senior, I'm saying very senior, CSAs, PSAs level, those who came on contract, they will not wait until the end. They will not wait until the end. They will move to formations, political formations, where there is hope. And I can tell you this, the way we have shaped the united opposition, for example, we are making it very lucrative because we are saying the whole country is united here and this is the next government in waiting. So you are going to see quite a number of people. Now, let me put a caveat. And it's good to mention because it's a public figure. About Owuor, I'm not sure. One, he may have done it genuinely because, of course, from a CS, let me tell you, the moment you are out of a CS, you are done. You can't be given a CS, then you are told to be an advisor, to be around there. You and you see, if you're an advisor, I can decide to call you for advice or not. Number two, if I call you for advice, I can decide whether to take it or not. So I knew the frustration some people went, especially people who are CSs, and then they were managed downwards. The kind of frustration and feeling that I'm not. But number two, there is also something happening. People are thinking that some of these people live in government. They are living with another arrangement. Just go out there. You are my person. Okay? They are still being paid by the state. There are quite a number who live, but you just live. The president is very good in that. You live, man, you are my man, okay? And there'll be some allowances, weekly or so. Just go do ABCD so that you can hold it. And people are thinking actually Owalo has been sent to Nyanza to simply start a party or something, so that some people around in power can have a stronghold in Nyanza. That's what people are that's a theory. Like you saw, of course, somewhere else. You live here as an advisor, but you are part of the game. You are part of the game, and of course, people have seen what has happened with the former CS also Moses Kuria. I mean, you go there, but go to Bere, because you need the seat, do ABCD. Then it came out suddenly, the bubble busted. So we are going to also to see that. But now, these other shifts and movements, where are we? Where is it going? This is what is going to happen. I can tell you, seated here, Denis, that by August this year, because we are fighting this battle first of all psychologically and emotionally, before we fight it physically next year, we are making sure that the whole country knows that we are taking over the next government and this government is going home. Now, many people will join the opposition because of that emotional battle. These fights you see here, tear gas here, Gatondo there, Kagio, those are the kicks of a dying horse. I can tell you by August, the president will not try to send these people because he can see. Look at the pain. Look at the pain by which he spoke yesterday. Yesterday or the other day in Nyeri. Look at the pain, Denis. Oh, how can I leave you? Oh, man. How can I leave you? The mountain moved long time ago because of betrayal, deceit, and conmanship. Long time ago.
Dr. As we talk about that, then even those who are leaving government because for some weird reason they did not perform and come to your to say united opposition, a formation that you say will form the next government, but in one way or the other, these are the same individuals who have also been associated with failure. So even as they come to united opposition, many would say, we do not want a person who failed in the previous government to get into government to fail again. So as united opposition, how do you see and ensure that you get the very best? Because even Rigathi Gachagua himself said he needs to have people who will push agenda, because he referred to Raila Odinga. Look at the kind of people that Raila Odinga is putting into parliament. Who do I have? He does not want to be associated with failure. How do you see that?
No, that's important then, because it doesn't mean, look at it this way, politically, people will will shift from one formation to another that they believe in or they think is an alternative government. Let it be very clear on that. Now, Denis, on the issue of quality, I can tell you, if there's something that as a formation we are not going to gabble about, is quality of leadership. That has been one of the biggest problems we have had. By the way, both elective and appointed. Because, appointed ambassadors, CSAs, PSs. We have had a lot of serious issues with capacity. That one I can tell you, seated where I am. Because I've had a view of the entire, literally, speaking to every other person in every part of government. We have a big problem with the capacity. What we are saying is that generally there will be that support but by the time we went to issues, people have seen, Denis, the importance of quality of leaders. All the way from members of the county assembly, governors and all that. You make a mistake of giving a governor who does not understand capacity, who have no capacity of governance. You are all done. So on the issue of capacity and the people who we are going, and the beauty is people have the time. Look, we have like 1.5 years, 2 years, even plus from last year. People are beginning to think, wait a minute, who do I need as a governor? Who do I need as a senator? Do they understand their laws of connecting counties with national government and oversighting both county and national government? Yes, they may understand, but do they have the capacity? Do they have the exposure? Those are the kind of conversations going on. And so from where we sit, there are two ways. For this country, or the way we are here, every party is going to strengthen where they are strong. And let me tell you something. That is when I say where a party is strong. Our parties are national parties. But let's face it. If you are more strong in Luo Nyanza or Coast or Ukambani or whatever, we allow you to take the lead. That is not, please, and let's not be drawn to these stories, or let's not at this era be talking about tribalism, ethnicism, and all that. Let's talk about. I keep on insisting here. We are going towards elections. We must diffuse these stories of negative ethnicity, these themes of tribalism. Those are things that used to be told those many years ago in the ancestral ages. We are talking about nations coming together for a common cause. There's nothing wrong with mobilizing regionally. There is nothing wrong with mobilizing regionally. Then you come together. No, please, let's be very clear. So that we don't let's get into serious discussions about other issues. So, once we do that, as DCP and other parties in the United, the most critical thing we are talking about here is about strengthening our own parties. Then we come together and say, look here, where are the numbers? Because politics is about numbers. So when you hear the president going and saying, tutawanyorosha, tutawamalizia asubuhi, ushaiona, you are there, you have a lot of fear. But because lazima ujikaushe, you must talk some words ile ya kutisha watu pale nje. Can I tell you this? I'll tell you this. The President Ruto used to come to Mount Kenya. He would be waited from 10 until 4. No single cent. Nothing. I was part of that team. There was no single shilling the president spent to buy votes. Nothing. It was pure love. Now, let me tell you. Pure love when president goes to Mount Kenya. Any person who comes to his meetings, there must be mobilization. Proper mobilization. I can tell you that. Because I know the amount of shillings per vote that was used in Mbere. Now, if you compare himself, he knows. He is a consumer of raw intelligence. He knows it is done. That's why he's lashing to go to Nyanza. Then when he begins saying that, he gets emotional. He mixes words. And he calls people Wapubavu. Now, I don't know who are these people, who their Wapubavu are. He's turned to who here, Mountain is gone, stand to other people who they are called, he's calling Wapubavu. The ground has shifted. I can tell you this is the easiest year for us because it's all about just consolidating what we have. We are not worried. Sorry, Denis, I know people who come and say, Pole, you are still being hit by tear gas. No, the kicks of a dying horse. Those ones, somebody must shout, kick a bit here, show we are still in power. Because I can tell you, the president knows that he was attacked several times in the last regime, but he made it. Okay. Because of resilience. And this is what we are going to repeat this year.
So you've gone from the presidential delivery unit to a political party that is headed by the former deputy president. And with all of this that we see, even for people moving all over the place, for whatever it may be, do those who are in the opposition want to remove the current president, or do you want to come into positions of leadership that are going to fulfill the needs of the people of the country?
No, I will answer your question. The reason why some of us felt that there's no hope in this government is because one of the things that we have lost is the time we have lost for this country. The kind of things that were promised, if only 40%, 40 were delivered, 40 by next year, because the whole issue was, the way we had planned was by August this year, because next year was election, was campaign year. So there's no way you can go saying the many things about delivery if you have not done by August this year. Next year was to market what we have done. Right now, what's supposed to be happening is commissioning of projects. Okay. Clear, done, not launching, not going to inspect. Yeah. By the fourth year, what you should be doing is commissioning. Now, let me tell you what aches some of us. It's the sheer time that we have lost as a country. The amount of billions and trillions and time which you cannot recover. In terms of what could we have done if only we sat down and did governance the way it's supposed to be done.
Can I ask, because we could go and we could on some things. What are some of these projects? You were in the presidential delivery unit.
Very good.
Give us two projects that should have been done by now. That was from 2022. We're now in 2026. That should have been commissioned this year and be fully operational.
Thank you so much. I'll go to the ministries where I was before I became head of government delivery. One, industries. We came up with a very simple program. Have an industry in every county.
Yes.
They were supposed to employ 20,000 people in the value chain.
Those are the
county aggregation.
Yes. The KIPES, okay.
We conceived the idea, sat down many times. The president approved the design. There was supposed to be one design across the country.
Okay.
Because I was the chair of the technical team, where we sat 6 times. He approved the design. We called the governance. I said, wait a minute. Because this is a shared, function, let's get 250 million here, 250 million here, then start. And we did what we did. We launched in literally groundbreaking for 17 of them. That was 2 years ago. Now, what happened is this. Because it's a value chain, we were going to do like 3 things at the same time. Go there, find out what is produced in Kisumu County. Okay, what is that? Let me give you an example of Kisii, Nyamira, bananas.
Bananas, okay.
We'll go and get machinery that would add bananas. So that you not only get bananas there so that you can pick to avoid post-harvest losses, you remember? But you add, those things were supposed to be fitted by cold storage. So that there, and then you market them now as when they are put together, you market them across the country and abroad. That is one. county.
I want, for example, you could get alcohol out of fermented bananas that could be used for something else. You could turn bananas and dehydrate them and turn them into flour.
That is exactly
okay.
And by the way, we would go, and the first thing when we landed there, tell us what you produce.
Okay.
They would showcase. Then the idea is last year, 24 April, 2024 April, before we were moved in 2023, we were to get all international companies that want to come and invest in the Kipes. So the governors were going to come to KICC. Each one come and say, no, me, I want an avocado producing in Murang'a. You go with that. Governor, take the investor. Go show them the area. That was in 2024 April. Now, what happened? I've just given you one. Of course, that across with EPZ, Export Processing Zone.
Yes.
We did a fresh one, 6 of them, besides the one in Athi River. That is that's just one. I'm just giving you very specifically. Of course, there's the issue of trade, which we did to open markets. Now,
okay, so you had these things on paper. There was an entire unit that had personnel who were being paid a salary.
Yes.
You went around, you spent money doing the due diligence, finding out the projects, what you were going to do. And then what happened? You stopped? Started doing something else?
Now,
what happened?
Let me tell you, I have within me, because I was the head of that finally. Now, from the ministry member, of course, we went to the issue of NYS. A quick one. NYS takes 10,000. We said, wait a minute. Let's mop up these young people. 100,000 every year.
Okay.
Just for that basic training, some skills.
Yeah.
Just mop up. Okay. We went and did many works and presented the report. Can you start? We started with 15. Then 15,000. 7 of them are picked on the ground. Others, the young people who didn't go to the field, they are given letters in State House and all that. Listen, we went to a quick one. We went to Huduma, the public service. We said there are people who travel 2-3 sub-counties to get a birth certificate. They don't have. We said, can we have Huduma Center in every sub-county? Simple. CDF, bring the money. The ministry come and give the staff. Even today. What were we told? Oh, ICT hubs. Even today, have you seen the ICT hubs in 1,450 wards? They are not there. So those are things we presented. Now, let me tell you, they are here. 200, we picked 217 projects and programs from every ministry. And we went and told the president, please don't do anything else. Let's just implement this. So you are asking a question. What happened? We went, everything was done, then frustrations began. I went and said, wait a minute, don't have many delivery units because there are several. There are 6. All over. Office of the president, there's one. In their devices, there's another. Somebody else doing delivery. In the office of the prime cabinet secretary, there's another one. In the office of the head of public service, there's another one. I said, wait a minute, me, I'm willing to be the guy to do all this work. Bring all them together. Let's agree these things are the official projects and programs to be done by every minister at the CS. And I told them, can we have every PS signing against this? That this is what we have committed to do. Then I said, because I'm here to work, please don't use my name. Don't come and give me a big position and you're not willing to work. Because I can tell you, let me tell you something. Once government comes to power, you only have 2 years to demonstrate that you can deliver. After that, the public gets tired. You cannot recover. That's what happened. We kept on saying, please, can we do these things very fast so that the people can begin seeing hope?
So of the 217 projects, zero.
Can I tell you what? Can I answer your question? When you did Luto at 3, because work, you don't talk about it. You see. The moment you begin talking what you have done, you are done. The moment you think as a government, especially as person elected, MP, MCA, as governor, the moment you feel that you have to read long speeches, saying what you have done nothing. People can feel it even before you say it. So when you say Luto at 3, what is the percentage? Disapproval? 70%. Now, to tell you what people think about the delivery of the government, it's as simple as that. Now, if you're going to go to Luto at 4, it's going to be 80% disapproval. 85. And by the time August comes 2027, you will see the disapproval rates. That's what happens. Denis, you get to politics, to government, through politics, because you have that years, but you don't have the capacity to govern. There are 2 different things. One is politics, which you can be good at. The moment you pick the Bible and say, help me God, it is governance. If you don't know the policies on systems and structures and procedures, I can tell you that's the biggest problem with this government. It's made of politicians who, I don't know, they came in and they didn't know have any idea. What are you supposed to do if you come to government and you have no idea? Trust the civil service. Please listen to the people below you who have been there for 20 years. Ask them, what do you do about mining? What do you do about sports? What is the policy? That's what exactly we did. But when we presented to the people who are supposed to give it political goodwill, they are more into political PR, like you have seen now. You know, just something that doesn't have roots. You be told, you know, we are going to go to this. Oh, thank God we have shouted down the Singapore story because it's not there. It's a hotel.
Dr. Successfully. Dr. We talk about politicians, like you say. Once you take the Bible and put it down, we get into governance. And the professionals that got there to guide the government to deliver on its aspirations based on its manifesto were never given an opportunity to do the work. Today we're talking about, like you're saying, political PR. Is this therefore an indicator that those who are moving out, number one, is because they were unable to do their jobs simply because there was no political goodwill for them to work? And if that is the case, can those who have been in government long enough be associated with the failure of the government? Because whether you like it or not, they're given a job. They started speaking after leaving the government. There is no evidence whatsoever that they tried to fix the problem from inside. From where Kenyans sit today it is just a bunch of politicians who are out because, first of all, the region has revolted against President William Ruto and want to be on the right side of political discourse. And if that's the direction that many are taking, what guarantees are there for Kenyans today who say we want the country to change, but we do not see hope on the people that we have? It therefore abhors upon those who are out here to demonstrate, to prove to Kenyans that 217 projects that we gave did not work because of A, B, C, D. But we give you our promise that this is how we go with it, and perhaps even sign an agreement with Kenyans themselves that if we do not achieve, recall us.
Now, what I hear you saying, Denis, is very profound. Because then you're asking, like she had asked, so then what? Okay? Let me tell you, Denis. There are some of us, and there are some of us who don't go to these opportunities because of the money, the jobs, the titles, and the vehicles. Because why? We have this consciousness that we have left behind so many people behind. For me to get such a government job that I got, there are so many people behind that were equally qualified. They were there. Millions of people who would never have an opportunity to step into this kind of offices. So because of that kind of consciousness, Denis, we are saying, we felt no, we have literally conned Kenyans. And so we are saying, we are coming out here to say, wait, we are crafting this thing afresh. Now, do you know the easiest part is that we have the brains. We have been there. We know. I will tell you this, with the right political goodwill, and that's why some of us we are here. I'm in DCP as head of planning and economic affairs, like try to put up the agendas. We have people like the former DP, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, who has been there. He has interacted literally within the government. I mean, he used to chair the cabinet committees, so he has a grasp of, like, if I was given a chance, how I would do differently. That is very important, by the way, because again, we'll be talking from here. We have no idea how government works. That would be very funny. But we are telling Kenyans, look here, it will take only, and I want to be very practical here, because me, I'm a student of both politics and government and the connection between the two. That's why I'm able to see if we are all going well. Once you lose the people, you are done. That's number one. You must understand. You must balance the two. Governance is about knowing when to get in politics, but then how do you move with the people when you get in? That is governance, right? Leadership and governance. Now, this is what we are saying. I'll tell you this today. Since we have all these things here, since we spent a lot of our time trying to think how to move this country forward, but unfortunately, state capture, get into private interest with every business, and we always say, Denis, when God lifts you to a place, please, don't compete. It's like a father waking up in the night to go and steal milk, take all the milk from the fridge. Maziwa ya watoto. Please, when you are a father, just bake the big cake and be above. You cannot be in every other business interest, private business interest in public programs. It's not possible. Those are the things we are saying. What would happen if Kibaki rises today? And since you lining up young people to dish out money for free, how? When? How? How do you do that? Nyota was a program that we actually sat down to think about with the sports minister. We sat down and came up, and he explained to us what was meant to achieve. Ababu na Mwamba. He was a CS. We sat down with him. All the photos are here and all the teams. So when I see things happen today, I just go to my reference notes and I see what had we said about it. Can Kibaki literally come here and say, I want to line up young people, give them money? Really? He would say, and I digress. He would say, excuse me, take this money, give it to a financial institution with 3% or 4% for administration, so that there's some discipline. 5 billion is the amount of money that was given to the Hustler Fund in the first year. 5 billion. That's the money was given to Hustler Fund. Where is it today? It has default of about 11 billion.
Was the 5 billion shillings of the Hustler Fund all lent out to Kenyans?
The money went, never came back. Listen,
was it all lent
Dr.
out?
Mbai, was the 5 billion shillings, that 5 billion that you're talking about, because we know that the overall number was 50 billion that was supposed to go into the Hustler Fund.
Exactly.
This 5 billion that you're talking about, the first tranche, or rather the more general question would be, the amount of money that went into the Hustler Fund, was that entire amount lent out to Kenyans?
No, it was not lent out to Kenyans.
Where did it go?
I mean, issues, logistics, admin, it was not all lent out. But what happened? We know that there's a lot of money that was lent out. Because of lack of mechanisms, proper thinking out, the money didn't come back. You are aware, the reports by the PS herself, she said they have lost how much money? Almost 11 billion. Now look at this. Instead of coming to think what went wrong with Hustler Fund, what went wrong with the Youth Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, Uwezo Fund, you're coming now to say, I have failed to put systems and structures to practically help the young people because of politics. Nyota was supposed to be done 2 years ago. Mark my words. It was there 2 years ago because it was included in our reports. But you bring it the last year, again, PR and politics. What you have done, just to finish so I can go back to, I can finish on your point, Denis, is this what the plan was? And by the way, don't tell us it was World Bank that gave a grant. World Bank, you tell them what you want. If you go write a letter and say we want a grant, they will go and say it is the government that have asked for a grant. Remember, World Bank works with the government. We have been there. I've personally sat with World Bank people looking for, talking to them about programs. You design with them. So please don't tell us, oh, it was a grant. No, it is you who insisted it's a grant. Because you want to use it for politics. What would have happened? Listen, give it to some institutions that reduce the issue of interest, so that a young man with a border rider, for example, in Kagio Market in Molo, in Nakuru somewhere, this guy knows how to work and get 20 shillings per day because he has painted through the process. He knows how to do cabbages, mangoes, and all that. Then, if he has his own border and he has saved 50,000, you give him another 50. He knows how to pay low interest. He'll buy another border and then hire another young man. It is sustainable. So just to digress, let's come back. So then this is what will happen. Since we know what needs to be done on every sector, it will take this coming government very few days to simply sit down and do 70% of the issues facing this country can be sorted out on administrative action. 70%. Sit down, get the political goodwill to issue about public debt, issues on about foreign policy, issues on health, issues on education, right? Issues on agriculture. You just need political goodwill that, one, we must allow systems to work. And I'm not going to put my figures, because I'm in power, to go control milk. I want to control coffee. I want my company to control tea. I want to be the one doing auction in Mombasa. I want to be the one doing things in DRC and Sudan. You just keep off and allow things to work. I can tell you 70% of the issues in this country will be sorted. Now, we have identified already, because it's work in progress, we have identified 15 sectors, key sectors in this country. I mean, I've mentioned health, agriculture, public debt is a big deal, public finance rather. We have identified foreign policy, trade, investments, and all that. You simply need to come sit down and say, what went wrong? What can we be fixed? Then, issues that needs laws, change of laws. Of course, we'll have our own members of National Assembly and Senate. We'll just send it there. For example, these issues of housing levy, issues on SHA, we go there, send our members to go review the laws, because again, we want to follow the law. We don't want to come and to say kill it. We go to amend the laws to finish these things, restore the pay slip, and we move on as one country.
Dr. Let's look at one issue. President Mwai Kibaki was credited in terms of changing the economy of the country, worked with a public service that he found there. He inherited that from former President Daniel Moi. And it is the same public service that he used to implement his policies in the country. Are we therefore saying today that Kenya has a civil service that know what it is they want to do? They know their job, they know the deliverables. But because there is absence of good political will, that the public service is unable to deliver because the head is not guiding as expected.
I'll answer that. I have sat down with civil servants in every ministry, like top 100, from the CS, PS, directors, all the leaders. You can imagine 100 in a ministry. Those are senior CEOs of parastatals under the ministry, chairman of the board. I can tell you this today. The civil service in Kenya is the best, one of the best. Let me say one of the best in Africa and in the world. Can I tell you this today? When we went to the ministries, we were told, no, so-and-so was working with us. He was picked by the president of Botswana, Namibia. They are advising presidents in Africa and the world, people from this country, civil servants, just picked because of their brains. So having said that, I want to confirm what we have said. Remember, we all talked about the civil service under Moi. But do you know within 1 year, on Kibaki's ascension to power, KRI, the amount of money with the amount of money people are paying, you know, the 180, it is short because simply Kibaki would come and say, so tell us what you want us to do. You tell us. You tell the minister, you have your people. Tell us what. Kibaki would just come and agree, guide a bit, go and do. Kibaki will not go launching, fighting to launch everything, classrooms and dormitories and all that. He would allow you to go do what you can do. Then whatever is necessary for him, he would come and do. Now, I'll tell you this. We have the best. I've worked with them and I'll defend them until my last because I know what they are able to do, both as delivery level and public service management. So I'll tell you this. We have the best. They have done all the paperwork. Today, all these documents were done by every ministry. Today, if you call just the technical team in every ministry, they'll tell you, closing their eyes, this is what 3 things that we need to do to move our ministry to another level.
So why is it not done? I'm sorry. Why is it not done? Because we sit in a position whereby, can you imagine that after 4 years, we say these things have not been done? And even before that, there are many things that were undone.
Yep.
What's to guarantee that the people who will then come in will do the things that you say? What's to guarantee that because remember that the people at the top may move, but the worker bees remain. The civil service largely for the longest time remains the same people. We'll likely see that a number of people will retain their parliamentary seats. Some of them will retain their senatorial seats. Some of them will retain their National Assembly seats. We will see that people in the civil service will not necessarily change. We will probably see that county staff could change depending on whether the county boss changes, because he or she may bring in their preferred people. But by and large, the people within will move. Are you trying to say that people will generally go in the direction that the person at the top tells them to? Sit and not do work? You have a plan, don't follow it? What do you do when we pay you? Remember that the second largest charge on the consolidated account is overheads, it's salaries, it's management after debt. So people are being paid by your own admission for work that's not being done. Then here you want Kenya to develop. How do the two come together?
From my perspective in public service, I come from a point of saying this. Yes, we have a lot of civil servants in Kenya, 1 million line now. We have a lot of wages and salaries going to them. The problem is that once they have the right political direction, they will produce to justify their existence. Let me say this again. And I'm saying not only the national government, but also in the counties. Because I've experienced I've worked in counties. If we can go and find just come, tell them this is what I want to do. Now, where is gap? I would come back again and I would tell these Kenyans today, please, this is January. If there's one thing I want Kenyans to help us, is look for leaders they are going to elect. Because political power is very important. Extremely important. Like you have said, this 1 million, do you know the people who come on top of them is just 5%, actually 2%. The president at the national level, say, the deputy, CSs, ambassadors, chairman of parastatals, those are the people who change. But everybody from the secretaries
remains the same.
From the second, no. These are people who are waiting for the right mind. Like we give an example of Kibaki. We give an example of the right leaders who are waiting for the right leader with the right policy and vision to come and tell them they implement. Please, the civil servant is not to blame. That's why we are saying, if you give comparison, for example, the comparison we are making about the amount of money Kibaki borrowed, what is borrowed now, and what the money has done. Kibaki would see, today they say, okay, fine, you borrowed, but we are using the highway. At least we are paying, but we are saying 27 billion that was used, we can see it. So the point we are making here, please, everything rises and falls on leadership. In this case, political leadership. Once we have the right leader, I'll give you an example. If you have the right president, and let me tell you what you're going to have. Do I like the direction you are taking? What is the hope for Kenyans? Let me give it in a few minutes. One, we are going to have a team, not a one man. Not a one-man chest dumping says, it is me who have formed government, it is me who have looked for the seats. We want to have a team. Bring the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua there with his experience. Bring the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Bring the people who come and say, wait a minute, we are beyond the stage of thieving and stealing from our people. We are beyond this simple, funny corruption. We are beyond the issue of competing for milk and honey with the people you are leading. Right? You cannot be a contractor everywhere and people are crying. We are beyond that. Come and say, look here, now we are a team. You are better than us. You are not better than us, but one among equals. Be the president. Let's have a team, the 2002 movement, where people will come back and say, can we work for this country? Now with that, remember, there will be that kind of peer respect and review. It's not one man running with everything, like we have the situation today. By the way, one of the reasons the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua was impeached is because the president felt there are so many things I want to do, but I won't do it with you around. Because you are so firm, you are going to you are going to mess.
Really? That's what he said to him?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, come on, Dr. Bai.
Do you know what
he said to him? Hold on. What you're saying is that he said to him, yeah, you know what? I actually want to get so many things done, but you're not allowing me to.
Just luck.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Do you remember, Karen? Do you remember the tussle between the Professor Kindiki and the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua? Luto knew that Kindiki will not deliver votes in Mount Kenya because the oomph and the political mobilization which he lacked. Let's be candid. It's good. We are historians, right? So he said in his mind, let me get this guy, but I can't go far with him because he will not allow me to do the things I want to do. Never mind, he was allowed 10 years by President Uhuru Kenyatta. Never mind that they had fallen out in 2015. But what did Uhuru did? He said, wait, I don't want to disrupt this equation. Let me go to 2017. But because I don't trust this guy, that's when he moved to handshake. But he felt, no, me, I'm different. I'll kick you out. I was not kicked. This is not vice president. It's deputy president. He went to an external mobilizing MPs. Against the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. This is what we are against.
So you are saying, I'm sorry, because a lot of this hinges, because in the minds of the united opposition, because that's what we're doing now. We're talking about the fact that we're getting to a place whereby the things that were to develop did not happen, and you're saying that in the next election you want to bring in a team that will form government for the things that didn't happen to happen and try to progress the country. The man that was selected as the deputy president, what in fact you're saying is that he actually did have a firm hand in how he wanted to then be able to bring these things into place, but he wasn't allowed to do so. And he was only brought in to the presidency for the sole purpose of delivering the Mount Kenya vote. After that, his purpose had been achieved and they needed to get rid of him.
That is exactly what happened. Now, listen. Now, you are saying what will be different. What will be different, therefore, is this. We are going to have people who respect the fact that a DP is supposed not just to be the principal advisor. He'll be able to tell you, no, there we are wrong. That's what the president didn't want. There, don't go that direction. Remember him talking, he spoke about the issue of South Sudan, what he told the president and all that, right? So, but now he had to be kicked out. So the IS person comes. The ministers who helped the president come to power, you know them, especially from Mount Kenya, had to be got rid of. Others come who will have loyalty directly and who will fear the president as appointed authority. So what are we saying? This is very important. The team will come sit down and agree what needs to be done. And the first thing that the team will come in must swear is that I'm not here holding into this kind of private interest, capture and all that. Let my people go. Let Kenyans be. Okay? You are come here to serve. And I want to tell people who, by the way, they are in any political positions. Please, going in 2027, both in the national government and the county governments, if you are going to look for position of MCA, governor, MP, senator, and the president, because you want to enrich yourself, this is a long time. We Kenyans don't want to tolerate anymore this issue of civil servants and elected leaders going to power because of stealing. I want to say this from where I sit. I sit somewhere in DCP. I sit somewhere in elected opposition. I come from my county of Nakuru, and I can tell you this. We have made a very bad issue of people go to political positions because they think they want to go and enrich themselves. If you want money, go and open some business of timber or all that, begin exporting stuff from Dubai and all that. If you want to become rich, let me tell you what will happen. It's going to be so expensive for leaders who think they can get to office because they want to enrich. Come on. There are so many people who can sit where you are sitting. Just do what you must do for the people because you'll not be there forever. For your 5 years, 10 years, do what you must do and live. That is what drives some of us. Denis, that's what drives some of us because we understand that this is a calling that God gave us. This drive on politics and governance and putting together is a calling. We are going to do the best we can. For example, look at governors. Most people come to office, they have no capacity themselves. They have no idea what needs to be done. People are crying. You are given 14 billion per year. You cannot show for it. Literally, even your actions every day can tell you. You have no idea what you wanted to do. Just go out. Let other people come who understands what to be done within hours. People are tired and they don't want to what do you call it, experiment anymore. Next year is going to be near watch.
Dr. Mai, do you think that Kenyans today believe and trust the united opposition that they would deliver on their aspirations?
I'll tell you this. Do you know what Kenyans believe? Let me go to the point. Do you know what Kenyans believe? What Kenyans believe very fast is that they don't want a thieving system. They don't want somebody who gets to power with an idea of primitive accumulation of wealth. That one Kenyans know.
Beyond that?
Number two, Kenyans, what they believe in, they want a team. Kenyans no longer want one man who will go everywhere saying, hii barabara can give me nimetafuta 400 million. Hii flyover hii itakuja kuweko next week. Nitakuja hapa kuraunchi hii. Like really? How can you go? How far can you go to 90 constituency wewe umeweka pesa? Wewe umetafuta. Hii nimetafuta. That is not Kibakism that we wanted. We wanted a progression from Kibakism going forward, not retrogression. Please allow other people. Come on, you cannot be everything, Denis. You cannot be everything. Come and just be the leader. Allow people to work. You want to go launching everything. One of the problems we had with the KIPES, I'll tell you today, with the county aggregation industrial parks, is that some people wanted to launch everything. When we moved on to do groundbreaking, they felt insecure. Those are some of the challenges we had. Today, every minister must report to State House and say what they want to do. And then you have to know, wait, I'll come myself to do it. That's what happens. Did you see PSS saying anything in the last 1 year? They can't. Everybody must keep quiet until they are called and, tell me what you are doing you. And then now, other things will come up. A lot of interest will fly. That's why nothing much can happen in this country. CSS are supposed to go and work. You are given a whole office. Staff like 300, others 400. But they're not allowed to do it. You must go finally and say, this is what I'm doing. And then somebody will say, no, it's me to come and do it in October. In 3 months to go. That's why things are not moving, because people want teamwork. People don't want this. People don't want people touching public programs to enrich themselves. Today, if you don't know, railway land is being grabbed left, right, and center. There was a policy in the last government that railways should take back the land, think on how to improve the land and do something. Today, all the leases have been cancelled. People in this government, they are picking those railway land and putting permanent buildings, giving themselves leases of 50 years. Putting permanent buildings all over the country. Now, what are we talking about?
Yeah, I agree with you. But I also do believe that Kenyans have reached the time whereby they are tired of empty promises.
Sure.
Kenyans do not want another person. It doesn't matter who it is. Yes. They do not want another person who will come and say, give me your vote because I will do this, and then they end up not doing it.
Right.
There are too many needs that topple this hope. There are too many needs that need to be done. By your own admission this morning, you told us that 217 projects for which money was allocated essentially went down the drain, and they're just sitting and they're empty shells. Kenyans don't want another promise. Kenyans want somebody who's going to put their boots on the ground, roll up their sleeves, and get to work. That's what Kenyans want. And probably, would you be ready for people that you have a conversation with to then be able to say, you know what, guys, if we're going to go tell Kenyans this thing because we are feeling sour or we're being selfish, we'd rather quit this thing? Because I don't think people will be ready for the answer that Kenyans will give if they're given even one more broken promise.
No, do I hear you? By the way, I hear the pain. I can tell you, it's painful and quite painful. We have lost 5 years. By August next year, we'll have done something 10, 15 when we would have done 70, 80%. That's a fact. Because of what I would call the architect architecture of the politics vis-a-vis governance thing. That's how we have done. Now, let me answer your question. Now, I'll tell you this. Why we are not in a hurry, Denis, to come here with books printed, 200 pages of what we would call manifesto. We are not in a hurry. We are scared because people are angry of the kind of things that we promised, that these people promised. Now, this is what we are going to do. We are being very clinical. What is it about health? No stories. No stories. What went wrong? How can we revert it? How can we just make sure what we have works? We have teams as we speak, both at the party levels, including DCP, and the United Opposition, working on no stories. What is it on health? What is it on education? Clinically, please do. That one thing I want to promise it in January, that we are committed not to let down Kenyans again, not after the lofty promises that were done. And how we are going to do that? I want to say this. There are people coming up here, we sitting down to say, please Kenyans, we are sorry for what happened. It's a failure by government, it's a failure by political class. But going forward, please give us two things. The people who are supposed to be elected, you give them to us, because those are supposed to be elected by the people. But in terms of forming government, we are going to pick the best of the best brains. Sit down, no stories, agree. What needs to be done about corruption, extrajudicial killings? What needs to be done about foreign policy? What is it that can fit? And then give it to the best man. Give it to the best person, man or woman, who can be able to handle that docket. That one I can tell you, but let me give you another hope. All what needed to be done in this country is documented. It just needs a quick political good deed to be done, and this country will go to another level. Forget about the stories about Singapore. Thank God, what we are going to do this year, all these narratives, you are going to be picking it very quickly, demolish it. The way we have demolished the issue of the review of constitution, it's not necessary. The issue of the Singapore is dead. You can see the president never mentioned Singapore. In Mount Kenya, he knows we are beyond. We cannot buy lies. People cannot buy lies twice. He never mentioned anything because he knows it's a narrative. The narrative of, Hustler, this narrative again coming with it, he knows. He never mentioned even one time. Because he understands he's playing with the minds of people who never had him. So he is taking Singapore to another crowd of people who never had him. Thanks so much.
Dr. Peter Mbai is a governance and policy expert, has been here with us this morning. There are promises you've made this morning.
Yes, please.
There are commitments you have made. And depending on what the future holds, you can be sure that Kenyans will ask again. You said that this would be done. Let's wait and see. But thank you for being here this morning and, shedding light on some of these issues today. That's why we do what we do every morning. And we'll continue with that. It's 8:01. Good morning.
It is now 8 a.m. with ICEA Lion. It is time to plan ahead with ICEA Lion. What's your plan?
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
In the legal sector following the High Court's interim order to stop the government from hiring private lawyers in various cases. The Law Society of Kenya, that is LSK, has reiterated that the order is discriminatory. Faith Odhiambo is the president of the association.
We have architects, we have doctors, we have engineers who are all hired by government, and at the same time external professionals are still taken to do the work. World over, we have seen professionals working hand in hand with the government and government agencies, particularly because of the arena of expertise and capacity. And therefore, to single out the entire legal profession of the entire country is not only absurd, illegal and unconstitutional.
The lawyers say they'll never accept such an act while promising to go to court to challenge the order.
We shall not sit back and watch the judiciary, the last line of defense for the people of Kenya, run rogue against its own people. Unless this trend is nipped in the bud and with the requisite firmness it deserves, we are prepared to agitate for a radical surgery as a means to uphold and protect our constitution.
Now, the order was issued in a case filed by Busia Senator Okoh Mtata and Nakuru activist Dr. Magari Gikenyi. And still on matters Okoh, that is, he has formally written to the Kenyan National Examinations Council demanding immediate corrective action over what he describes as unfair and discriminatory grading of Kenya Sign Language in the 2025 KCSE examination. In a letter addressed to NEC CEO, the legislator raised concerns that KSL scores for hearing candidates were excluded from final grade computations, while the subject was treated as a compulsory language for hearing impaired students. He said the inconsistency violated principles of fairness, equity, and inclusive education and could undermine the integrity of national examination system. Omtata said the apparent post-examination policy shift was implemented without informing key stakeholders, including students, parents, and schools, and without any public participation or official circular. And moving on is that finally, in the international news, Global Internet Observatory networks have confirmed a nationwide disruption of internet services in Uganda just a day before the country heads to the polls. On Tuesday, the Uganda Communications Commission announced that the suspension of public internet access and restrictions on some mobile services ahead of the general elections. The shutdown thereafter took effect at 6 p.m. and will remain in force until further notice. It is expected to affect mobile and fixed line services as well as major social media and digital communication platforms. Rights groups have condemned the measure, warning that blackouts during elections impede transparency, restrict freedom of expression, and limit independent verification of events on the ground. That's the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 6 minutes after 8 o'clock and into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Wednesday morning. And still a lot in store today as we talk about a number of things necessary for us to do. We're starting to use a lot of the same words, but that we're getting to the point where we realize that we can do so repetitively. But as you think about your future and you think about what it is that you're going to be planning for, you might get a little bit confused because a lot of the things can be convoluted in a particular area. But you know what? With the digital tools up for grabs at ICEA Line, you don't have to worry about too much of that. You can ask questions to the chatbot Leo. You can also use the integrated tool, which will look at your target and then set out a periodic monthly amount or action that you will then take. So what are we talking about? That they're digital tools that you can actually use to make sure that you reach your target. And we're asking yourself what your plan is and you're not quite sure. All you have to do is ask the question, what's your plan, to icealion.co.ke. There's somebody on the other side of that who will then be able to sit with you and get this done. Or you can use the digital tools that, remember, gone are the days where you had to line up, sit, wait for somebody, you don't write a letter, put a stamp on it, hopefully you'll get somewhere. No. You can use the digitized world to actually make decisions and enter into action about your future. What's your plan? What's for the future? Do it today with icealion.co.ke. See, now we like to give you nice things. Did you know that every time you spend money, which in some cases can be a painful affair, that you can have the opportunity to win because you spent money?
So I spend, I win.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And how do you do this?
Tell me.
You do it with a KCB winning card. It's a winning card. So whether it's your debit, credit, or prepaid card, every time you shop like this, you go, you want to pick up groceries, you're paying for lunch, you're paying for transport, you're paying your bills. You use your KCB credit card, your debit card, your prepaid card, you stand a chance to win.
Tap, swipe, win.
That's what I'm talking about. Every week, it could be 10,000 bob. And it's every time you pay. Every time you pay, you stand a chance. So it could be 10,000 shillings every week. It's 100,000 shillings every month. Or you also get a chance to enter the draw to go to Zanzibar for 2. You decide who the... You decide who the plus one is, because we're taking care of accommodation, we're taking care of flights, and we're taking care of these exciting excursions that you want to go on with your plus one. I'm not asking any questions beyond that. All I'm saying is use your card, and those things that you're thinking in your head right now, Dennis, can actually come into a reality because you used your KCB winning card. Terms and conditions apply, but I'm telling you today, use your card, you stand a chance to win. I told you, you pay, you earn. You're something at the very least, and you can actually do it today. It's a trusted, reliable way of paying, but at the same time, it's the one thing that could ensure you also are a winner. So use that card today, and remember that KCB is for people, it is for better. Yes? Yes. We're getting into a conversation this morning, and we're going to go into education. It's necessary for us to do so. We started off the year, and by the 6th of January, Form 3s and 4s went back to school, and we also had the primary schools going back. We knew that at some point, this Monday, the 12th of January, was going to come about where grade 10s then were going to be admitted to school. But there was a lot of confusion in between all of that. Who's going to go where? Which school is going to accept whom? Whose grades were then going to be acceptable at a particular institution? And what does it actually mean? The amount of confusion was just too much. And I dare say that that confusion still exists for a lot of people who have not been able to find a place. But these are telltale signs of an entire system which probably needs some looking into and some real working in terms of what ought to happen. We're having the conversation this morning really around this entire CBE system and what it would portend for the country going forward. We're going to have an opportunity to talk with you about that in a general way in a bit. But joining us to have this conversation this morning is Dr. Julius Odongo, who is the Dean of Education at Riara University. Good morning, Dr.
Morning, how are you?
Very well. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
You're well?
Good to see you today.
Good to see you too.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here this morning.
You.
Also joined by Claudia Lagat, who is Assistant Program Officer, Policy Engagement at the Usawa Agenda. Good morning, Claudia.
Good morning, Do.
How are you?
Great. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Glad to be here.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
For us to talk about this thing that weighs heavily on the hearts of many people. But we are not going to lament because we're saying that what we need to do is find solutions and be part of a conversation towards better.
Sure.
Before we do that, Denis is going to share today's proverb. We'd love to get your interpretation of it.
So today we are in Algeria, Africa's largest country by landmass, also 10th globally. It is a country that is rich in oil. They export the same, and because the country is majorly a desert, Sahara desert, you find that petrol is actually cheaper than water because they invest much more to give people water, so it's expensive, you know. And you talk about the Berber people and the history, especially with the French, and how they continue to push the country forward. Interesting people to be around, and their country's best animal is actually the large-eared fennec fox. It's a fox. It's beautiful. If you look at it, you'd want to domesticate it, but remember, it is a wild animal. But let's go to the proverb. Never rely on what you don't own. Never rely on what you don't own. Ladies first, how would you interpret that? What do you think the Berbers of Algeria are telling us?
Never rely on what you own.
You don't own.
You don't own. Yeah, because I believe in everything for you to be able to benefit from it. you have to own it. So it's a matter of perspective, right? So that now we're talking about ownership. For you to be able to bring change in any space and to benefit the people that you're working with, or to be able to bring transformation in the place that you're in whichever sphere you're in, there has to be an element of ownership and the consequences of that. If you own something, what happens? If you don't, what happens? Because both ways, there can be positive or negative consequences. Yeah, thank you.
Terry, how would you interpret it?
I can see you putting on a sweater that looks nice. Just imagine that it was cold in the morning and you don't have one. You have always borrowed from a neighbor. And so it becomes too cold and the neighbor comes and tells you, look here, gentlemen, today I need my sweater. But you have always relied on it and you don't own it. What that proverb simply means is that make good use of the resources available to cause change.
That's interesting that last line is what you've used, because the resources are available to cause change. I've always been of the opinion, and thank you for that, because it's great to hear both your interpretations. I've been of the opinion that being able to sort out the education system in Kenya or in any other country that struggles with development issues is not a resource issue. It's not a lack of resource issue. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Start with you, Dr.
Yeah, it is not a lack of resource issue, because in the first place, when we look at education in this country, as a country, we have a lot of resources. We start with human resource. We start with even capitation that can be able to improve the education sector. You can look at the aspect of how much money is taken to other projects as opposed to education. And to me, if you ask me, the best platform is to begin to think about how best you can sort out education of a country to be able to sort out the rest of the problems. You want the best doctors, sort that through education. You want to get the best healthcare, sort out through education. You want to get the best agriculturalists, sort out an education program. You want to get the best business people, sort out an education program. Yes, so meaning that education in this country would equalize and give us to the state of what we exactly want. Let me mention this. Our president has lately been mentioning much about Singapore. That's a good mention. But why not sort out an education program so that we get ourselves even beyond Singapore? So the resources we have are much enough and beyond. We don't even need much, but we lack priorities. We really do not know exactly what we want to do as a country. And then when you look at the education sector, I think there are so many fragments in terms of even where money is going to, that if this money is put in one basket, why wouldn't we be able to have enough resources to manage education from the lowest level to the highest level? Currently, education partially is devolved. Early childhood is
at the
county level. Some counties are doing much better than the other counties. And so what is the big problem here? Because possibly the counties are doing much better is because they have understood what they need to sort out in terms of teachers, in terms of what the early childhood really requires. But other counties still possibly think that education is still at national level at that level.
Is it because there is a lack of, is there a lack of understanding about what needs to be done, Claudia? Because yesterday, I mean, Dennis and I were talking about this earlier. Yesterday, it became very apparent that with as little as 500 shillings, children can actually go to school, and that there's still something left over to incentivize teachers, head teachers, entire school fraternities and institutions to do better. It seems as though we can actually do education at a lower cost than what is actually being done now, and that's just a cost issue. What do you think about that before we go deeper?
Thank you, Ndo, for the question, and I want to contribute to what Dr. Ria has already mentioned. It's true, in this country we have the highest allocation. Education has the highest allocation in terms of budget, right? Then the question I've always said, and I've said this before, is about utilization. Where are our priorities? Even when you look at the entire ecosystem of CBE, from the early years to senior school, there's an issue of just prioritizing, sitting down and planning. there's an issue of planning. What is the cost of being able to take children from early years until senior school? Then we're able to say that you allocate amounts for each and every category. If it's curriculum review, this is how much it will cost. If it's infrastructure, this is how much it will cost. If it is, for example, teacher retooling or teacher employment, this is how it will cost. For me, it's just people not sitting down to actually plan accordingly for the future of these children. Because if it is well planned and you have the willpower, because I feel at times it's just the willingness to bring change. Because the bosses at the county, they have a role. The people at the national government, they have a role. It's just an issue of having the willpower and having the future of our children at heart. If you really want to transform a generation and the nation, as you're looking at the transformation that we're looking at in the vision, according to the Vision 2030 of industrialization, of having a skilled labor, are we actually working to ensure that we are putting the right inputs to be able to get what we want? So it's just an issue of proper utilization, proper planning, political goodwill, and let there be ownership at every stage. Own, like if there's a mistake that needs to be rectified. For example, if you're building a house and you realize there are things that didn't happen right, do you continue building or do you have to relook at it and see where to fix? If you have a problem in your car, for example, do you continue driving or do you go to the garage to fix it? So that's where we are at.
I mean, Dr. Let's look at education in the country, and I will just go way back. You know, you will guide us in terms of what education has always meant for the Republic of Kenya. Even the colonials themselves took education seriously. The likes of Tomboy and how they were educated, being taken out of the continent to study, education was really important. Post-independence, education again is mentioned as one of the key things that Kenya has to achieve. You know, the Jomo Kenyatta, the three things that we needed to be addressed: education, ignorance, disease. Education is there. If education is that important for the Republic of Kenya, why are we not getting it right? At what point did we have semblance of some sanity in terms of handling education? And when did we lost it altogether that today we look at the education sector and one would say it appears as if it is not a priority today?
Right. You know that one, if you have an educated country, you have people who can reason with you. Education in this country has been politicized. Where the Jomo Kenyatta wanted to face out ignorance is falling down because the politicians know that if ignorance is faced out completely, then they may not get the space they normally get. Because for me, someone like me, and let me give you an example, I don't think that there can be a rally in Muthaiga. He would get clients. There can be no rally in Tigona. I'll give you an example. There is a place called Kabuku. Kabuku, if you brought there a political rally in the day, you won't see anybody because guys are very busy in the farm. And so what is happening at the moment is that politicians have decided to take over, to argue to man that when I give you tokenism, what we call politics of tokenism, and that has brought down education in a big way, to the extent that even appointments are done politically. Starting with the higher education, VCs of public institutions are appointed politically. Heads of certain schools are appointed politically. And ministries. You find in the ministry, for example, of education, some people who are highly learned and highly qualified, they are serving under someone who is strictly underqualified, because the person who is appointed politically. And so to say that education in this country as a sector is not been given the right priority. Look at teachers. How do you tell me that you have employed such and such a number of teachers, but many of them are interns earning 17,000? 17,000, I have no idea if one can give me a budget of 17,000 for a whole month for a degree, a teacher who has a degree and expecting to perform, expecting to love the job, expecting to live a decent life. So first of all, we have gone to hit so hard on the educator. The educator is frustrated. When an educator is frustrated, basically know that the expected outcome will not be realized.
What is frustrating this educator? Perhaps we can look at the root cause. What are the things that are frustrating this educator? Because essentially we're saying this thing which was meant to equalize, this system, education, which was meant to equalize, so it didn't matter what social class you came from, that you would get an education and essentially put everybody at par, that you could then go on to do something else, whether it was that you would have a job or you would start a business or you would be part of another organization for something, but that everybody was on the same place. But now we are saying that the person who was delivering this ability to then hone a skill is frustrated, and that might be one of the problems. What's frustrating the educator?
One, when you look at, we look at basic education, and you start with early childhood. How much salary is an early childhood teacher paid?
I think the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, capped at some point at 7,500.
Yes.
And then it went to about 9,750, if I'm not wrong.
So that's the conversation. We start from there. And how much do we pay a house help for that teacher who has gone to work? That's a big question. We go to primary. A teacher stays in one position without promotion for 9 years, 10 years, 15 years. Without moving from one level to the next. So there are no promotions in between. Resources are a problem, even at basic level. Today we are talking about grade 10, for example. Are there textbooks?
No.
So how do these teachers then get motivated even to walk into class and facilitate learning? Where I stand as a scholar, a textbook is a serious resource. I know there are some people who argue and say, no, we can go online. But even why don't we put the same materials online? But a textbook is a serious resource of study. Infrastructure in some of these schools. Schools were not to be categorized in CBE. Now we have the language of C1, C2, C3, C4. And that has caused another mess. So the teacher in the C4 school will still be disadvantaged. That's the way we had the local schools against the national schools. The resources will be a problem. You go the same way from basic education to higher education. I'll give you an example. If you are teaching a common unit at one of the public universities, let's KU, let me say KU, you basically have 700 students. And that means you have 700 scripts of your unit to mark. And then you check the remuneration of this lecturer. Do you think there will be a motivation even to mark? And do you think this script, because these scripts, 700 scripts to mark, and that's just one unit. So the level at which we have concentrated on motivation of educators is so bad, such that many of them are even leaving for other jobs. Leave alone that. Walk in any classroom from basic to highest and ask learners, who among you would like to become teachers? None. Because they see that educators live in a desperate state. And as I said earlier, the issues of politicians not taking education as a priority, and the country also not sorting education first before you sort anything else. Because for me, we can sort anything else once we sort our education.
So Claudia, let's look at the education. So we had the O levels, right? Then it came to 844. Now we have CBE. At every given point, if you just look at that history, it has been an attempt to fix the education sector. Whichever way you want to look at it, it is an attempt to fix the education sector. Right now we have the CBE. It has been said it is a good system because we're now looking at competencies. But with it coming in and moving away from 844, there has to be intentional investments into this new curriculum. We talk about retooling of teachers. What exactly does it mean when we mean retooling of teachers? Have we prepared these teachers enough to understand what this new curriculum is all about, what this CBE is all about? Or are we just doing it to check the boxes to say we have prepared the teachers to teach, but we're not doing anything to look at what is the quality of training that we're giving the teachers so that they're ready for the students? Or is it just a question of tubadilisha because 844 was difficult and we move?
Thank you for that. The competence-based education is a good idea. It's a good system if you compare with 844 because of the benefits that come with it. One of the benefits is, whole holistic development of a child. There's an aspect of skills development. There's an aspect of acquisition of values. As I had mentioned earlier on, you're looking at Vision 2030, where we will need the labor market. We need skilled people. We need, people who can be able to handle different jobs, markets. So it's a good system because with 844, there was more of memorization. There was more of mastery of content, not necessary application of it. But with CBE, there's an opportunity for you to learn what you're learning. That means acquiring the knowledge and be able to apply that in different things. They're given projects, they're given activities to do in class. They're able to build 21st century skills, like communication, for example. They're able to work in groups. You're able to assess collaboration. Their digital skills, being also explored, which is critical for this particular century. For you to be able to thrive in any industry right now, digital skills are critical. So for me, the system is great. So when you look at CBE, there are different components. Initially, there was competence-based curriculum, and that was narrow, right? So it was broadened to ensure that we have competence-based curriculum, competence-based teachers, competence-based infrastructure, and competence-based assessment. You understand all that? But as you even look at the breakdown of CBE, where is the key stakeholder here? Are you guys thinking of a stakeholder that is missing in being empowered to be competence-based? Where is the parent? You understand? Because the focus is on infrastructure, the focus is on assessment, the focus on the curriculum, and the teacher. So where is the parent? So there's a gap there already. So for me, what I would say is, in this particular system, it can be fixed, but the priorities have to be set right. And as you're talking about the educator, there are different ways to look at it. The biggest problem, apart from inadequacy, because there's skewed employment of teachers, there are some regions that have higher, teachers and numbers of teachers, and some lower numbers of teachers, which affect the quality of teaching. Because CBE demands a lot from the educator, the teacher. The teacher in CBE is not seen as a teacher, a lecturer, just delivering information, but as a facilitator. Facilitating learning, where their role is, of course, to teach and then to be able to monitor, are the children achieving the milestones they are supposed to achieve? Are they grasping the competencies? And at the end of the day, there's a very critical issue in CBC called feedback. They are supposed to actually give feedback to both the student and the parent, and whatever they are doing should actually inform instruction. For example, if you're teaching a particular component and you find children are not understanding, what are you supposed to do? Go back and evaluate the methodology of teaching.
Claudia, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen in public schools. It doesn't happen in private schools.
And that's why now I'm highlighting the problems, because if you're tasking the educator to do all this and they're not equipped to be able to do this, one, they're dealing with large classroom numbers. In the Kenya, on average, according to our data as our agenda, you find the ratios of 1 to 57 or 1 to 40, 147 or 1 to 51, depending on either it's urban or rural. When you look at Northeastern, for example, you're looking at ratios of 1 to 88 or 1 to 90 something. So what does that mean? You are one teacher. Ndo, you're one teacher. Aseto, you're one teacher. Imagine yourself having a class of 90 children and you're supposed to facilitate.
And everyone came with a vote.
And they have their own challenges and you're supposed to monitor and give feedback. Is that possible? It's a very tricky situation. So what needs to be done is prioritize retooling of teachers, which you're saying, but the components of retooling should be on pedagogy, which is how to teach. Right? How to teach. And equipping the teachers with the necessary skills, like digital skills. In our schools, how many of our public schools have computer labs?
Very few.
Exactly. Like in our data for 2023, you find like 3 in 10 public schools have computer labs.
So
where are the devices for the teachers?
So you're talking about 3 in 10. That's 30%.
Yeah.
So essentially, you're going to be putting out your output is 30%.
Exactly. You understand? So for me, if you ask me, when you're talking about retooling of teachers, there are 2 ways of doing it. There's the pre-service. Right? The teachers who are now in institutions where Mwalimu is, the universities and the teacher training colleges. Can we align that to CBE and ensure they have the knowledge and the expertise to do? Because what you put in is what you get.
Okay.
And secondly, let me talk about in-service, where now what the TSC is actually doing that, training a number of teachers. There's robust training on retooling. But that's not enough. Remember, this is a teacher who's coming from 844. where you're used to memorization and doing all those things. Now it's competency-based. It takes time. How are these teachers supported in class? Are there classroom observations where someone sits at the back and the teacher is evaluated and told there's a problem here? Is there peer learning amongst the teachers to be able to improve? Because at the end of the day, if you're able to actually prioritize, if there's an issue of prioritization of what needs to be fixed, let's work with the teacher.
Can we look at the end? Because that's what planning does. That you look at, this is where I want to go. And in order for me to get there, these are the things that I should do in the beginning. And again, like you say, so when you look at the end, you say that education is now one of those that you then need to employ to be able to get where you're going. Because examples and lived experience work so great that you can say, okay, somebody applied this and it works. Let's look at some of these organizations. Let's look at some of these countries. China is one of them that actually was able to do this and do this well. Japan is another one. We look at the Scandinavian countries and they've said, you know what, this is a society where we know that as a developed nation, we want to then be able to do this. We want people who are skilled in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That informs what happens at the school level, at the very basic level. When children are starting 2, 3, they're playing with mud, they're playing with toys and colors and numbers and all of that. So it is inputted into the education system because they say that is where we want to go. Do we see that? Because we seem to kind of be fumbling in the dark with a lot of things right now. We know that there needs to be retooling of teachers. We know that students, okay, there's a competency-based education. We know that maybe we should have some kind of infrastructure, classrooms, labs, and all of that. Do we see ourselves in a kind of progression, Dr. Dundo? Should we not? It seems like the edges need to be cleaned up so much more than they are at the moment, because we seem to be going down the hill and we're saying, Bora Tufik. That's what it kind of feels like at the moment, but it needs streamlining.
11 years down the line after we started CBE, we are still apparently discussing almost the same things. And it is because we have not been keen on the larger outcome that was expected. The bigger goal that why CBE came in place. By the way, even if the previous structure remained, because 844 didn't have a curriculum anyway, it only had a syllabus
system.
So I didn't know how to describe it. But if we were to make an improvement within 844, the larger aspect is understanding where we needed to go with education as a country and where this education needed to deliver. While we talk about retooling of teachers on pedagogy and all that, that's a good thing. But here we are looking at getting to a stage of an industrialized kind of state. But we are producing educators who have less skills in these areas. So the aspect of us not understanding that our ultimate goal in this number of years should be this. So 11 years down the line, we are still saying teachers are not well trained. 11 years down the line, we are still saying we still have 20% or less. In fact, that is very high of schools with laboratories. For junior school, actually, it's at 0.01% or even less. So these students walk from here to this, from junior school to senior school, and that's when they begin to experience much of lab. It's only private schools that have some of these facilities. And let me shock you, even as we discuss this. You and I, all government officials, do not even trust the education that we are implementing.
Their children are not in those schools.
Some are in international schools. So you are here, you are seated in an office saying, I am the person in charge of competency-based education, but you don't trust it. Teachers today, they struggle so hard and take their children to private schools because they don't even trust what they are doing in their system. So in conclusion, what do I have to say about here? The ultimate goal of CBE has already been lost. We just have to go back to the drawing board and rethink. We are talking about students going to senior school. Do you have an idea what is required to create a timetable for a group of students doing STEM others are doing social sciences, others are doing art and sports, but they have common subjects: mathematics, English, Kiswahili.
In a school,
yeah.
whereby the older system is also still being taught. How would that relationship be sorted
You see
out?
that kind of thing. That's why we need to rethink and say, I think we have moved, but we have to go back to the drawing board and engage the right people for this discussion, because people get to sit in task forces to make a per diem, but not to cause a difference.
Who are the right people?
Yeah.
You see, this is the thing. That can we go to a place where we're saying, okay, because you've brought up something very interesting. Sorry, Denis, I know you want to. We've got an Institute of Curriculum Development. We've got a Ministry of Education, which oversees the system of education from primary school through, because counties is going to then deal with ECDs, but they're still fed into this system all the way to the university level. And again, we seem to be fumbling in the dark here. And we say, okay, look, so long as at the end of the day, there's an exam that's been sat and that's we can, release results, and we say we've got there eventually. We've come out kicking and screaming, but we've crossed the finish line. Who are these people that we now need to go back to and say, okay, guys, let's stop everything and let's see how we can get to it? Because it seems a bit difficult for me to comprehend that we are delivering a system. We've sent these kids on the 12th of January, 2 days ago, to grade 10. The money, 5.6 billion shillings, that was supposedly released from Ministry of Education for books was only released a week before. So they're in school right now. As we speak, they're in class without books. Okay?
Yes.
We said we're hiring 100,000 teachers. 76,000
No interns, please.
No. We said we're hiring 100,000 teachers. However, 76,000 interns have been hired who are looking for P&P terms and who've said to us, you know what, by next week, you don't sort out this issue, we're sitting at home. These are the same people who've been hired.
Yeah.
We also have junior school teachers, by the way, who are still delivering this CBE, who've said, you know what, you've told us to go and stay in primary schools where we don't have the tools that we need to deliver a junior secondary school education.
I want autonomy.
But we want autonomy. Let's now tell you how we'll handle this thing. So who is the person, Claudia, and both of you, who is going to come and reroute all of this? It seems to me as though the CS is overwhelmed. And what he's going to do is that he's going to come and stand on a warm Monday in January and release KCSE results. That's what he's going to do. Because that's all he can handle at this moment. The rest of this jungle is crazy.
We have one of the challenges we have is the aspect of having commissions and semi-autonomous agencies. NEC is a semi-autonomous agency. KICD is a semi-autonomous agency. Then there is a commission which is enacted by law by Act of Parliament, like TSC, Commission for University Education. So in essence, we are saying that a semi-autonomous agency can only make a suggestion. Now, the mistake we are doing, I don't think you can really sort out a mess sometimes you have created. We have organizations like the Usawa Agenda and many other organizations that do a lot of research. Because if I asked you that when did some of these semi-autonomous agencies carry out the last research, real research that can say this is what we have carried out and this is what we have, possibly they are not even funded for that to happen. Then you find that organizations like Usawa Agenda and others that can do comprehensive research and give out, they are not given a position to sit with particularly Parliamentary Select Committee. Like I may ask, I do not know, and I need to know from the time CBE started, what has the Parliamentary Select Committee in this country delivered? What can they sit down and tell us that from the time CBE started, these are the deliverables we have done? NEC could be releasing money, could be releasing books late because it is funded late.
Of
and
course,
it is also underfunded. KICD. NEC, I want to applaud NEC for having set up an online course for competency-based assessment that teachers can study at their own pace. But the quick question is this: how are these teachers, first of all, helped in terms of motivation? You are not going to pay me 17,000 to spend data on doing a course as an intern teacher. And these are young teachers.
No, you know how they're motivated. We, the parents, are motivating teachers. We are motivating teachers. There are caucus groups who come. this is the truth, and we can say it here, that there are caucus groups that are formed, and they say, you know what, these teachers are trying, and in order for them to continue doing what they're doing, let's put together a little bit of a kitty, right? And so let's give them something. That's what we do. The motivation, the motivation is monetary. The motivation is saying, okay, just to keep you going a little bit more, Claudia, we're going to give you an extra 5,000 shillings that has been brought together by parents in the particular class. That is what is happening.
It's very unfortunate. And just to follow up with the question that you asked, Ndo, for me, for this, where we are in the education system now requires an urgent change or a radical change, immediate. And the person for me I'm looking at is the president. He has the responsibility to steer this country in the right direction. He's aware of all the challenges in the education system. So if he's able to give a directive and set out structures to be able to reform CBE, it is doable. There are countries which have been able to achieve so much because of political goodwill. I would still say political goodwill. And that begins with the head of state, who has to fix the education system, because this is part of his agenda.
And in fact, before you even respond to the head of state, and I hope someone is listening to tell him this, the head of state needs to settle down and just say, look, I want to fix one thing at a time. I will tell you for free, if you ask me for tax today to improve education in this country, I will vote for it. The idea of getting into tax that deal with other things that are not shaping education. I don't need an affordable house if I'm well educated. Dr. Tundo is well educated. I cannot take a loan of 500,000. I will earn that from my salary and sort out a small piece of land. But if everybody was at the level of Claudia, yourself, and what, we do not need the shenanigan of tokenism. You just need to make me get well educated and sort myself out. That is the thing. And so the president needs to really sit down, and he needs to stop listening to wrong advisors in matters education. He has to stop that, because I feel he listens too much to people who do not tell him the reality of things. On my phone here, I have something that a teacher posted to me that I don't know whether it is French or which language, because the teacher asked the students in grade 7 to write about what they learned in grade 6 in science and technology. And I'll give you this. What is written here is, you can't read it. The issue of competency in terms of literacy is not there, but this child is moving to the next level. I know you have said that you are compensating. Parents are trying to boost teachers, but it does happening in all the schools. And of course, that is trying to be done. Why is it not happening in all the schools? Because there are some regions where people are living below the poverty level. They are living below $1. So how would they motivate? So for me, the president needs to sit down, and he has to listen to the reality of things. The education is in a mess.
Yeah, Claudia and Dr. And you see what you've just indicated. For me personally, I look at that as the best feedback that the education system needs. The best feedback mechanism that CBE needs for it to be fixed, right? Because that is an assessment, whichever way you want to look at it. And all you need to look at is, what is this student saying at grade 7 after the grade 6 assessment? And if they are not competent enough for them to even construct a sentence, then we need to go back to the drawing board and look at what we are teaching, and if these students are grasping what it is we're doing. Are we as teachers the problem? Is the student the problem? Are they grasping? And if we find the problem, then we're able to sort that out. Unfortunately, no one cares about it. I'm sorry to say. Because at the end of the day, people have KPIs. I want to the next level and people to go, whatever happens, up on belly, I delivered what? CBE. We talk about the president being there and giving out solutions. The Presidential Working Party is equally in charge for the mess that we see today. It is the president who set up that committee, that group of individuals who came up with these recommendations today. How then do we go back to the president to tell him, hey, mister, there is a problem, you need to fix it? Yet the Presidential Working Party is part of the problem.
Aseto, let me tell you the truth. we are not giving feedback based on hearsay. Or this our agenda, we believe in data and evidence.
Yes.
And whatever Daktari has already shared is data and evidence. We're showing that these children are not actually competent. And we collect robust data on foundational literacy and numeracy. And the latest data we have was in 2023, where it says 33.8% of grade 4 boys and 38.2% of grade 4 girls met expectations in terms of reading and doing some calculations in math.
Again, 30% output.
Exactly. Because that tells me, and this is a grade 4, who is supposed to have acquired the necessary competencies. So that means the foundation is bad. And the foundation here, we are looking at the early years all the way. Because if you want to bring about a systems change, you're looking at the entire ecosystem. You cannot just, of course, where priorities are. But when you fix, for example, now junior school, this is in grade 7. They cannot read. They cannot work with numbers. Where are you taking them to? Where is the output? You're looking at skill set. How will you're building on something. So you're already building on a faulty foundation. How will that building go? Because we've always said, if you're looking at fixing education, look at begin with the foundation and invest in early childhood, teachers, infrastructure, then continue with the entire system. By the end of every cycle, these learners do CAPSEA, for example, at grade 6.
Yeah.
And then you're supposed to evaluate what they've been able to get or learn, apply. And then as they move to grade 9, there's another assessment again.
Yeah.
A summative assessment where now it determines which pathways they are taking. Already, why we are big on talking about foundation is even for junior school, which is critical for senior school, because junior school is an exploratory stage. They are exposed to a number of learning areas, and then these learners now are supposed to decide: is it with the help of the teachers and the parents? Is it that I would go to STEM? Is it arts and sports? Is it social sciences? But look at how junior school was crafted or was executed in this country. By last year, first term of 2025, 35% of the junior schools did not have a single STEM teacher. 35% of schools did not have a single STEM teacher. They are supposed to start.
That means 35% of students.
They are supposed They are supposed to be exploring these learning areas in STEM from grade 7, 8, and 9. For you now to decide, I am going to STEM. So what is the implication of this? There are children who did not get a good foundation in STEM, and now they've applied for STEM and they've been picked. So how are they going to now continue with STEM? The other aspect is there were no infrastructure sufficient to support them. It was more theoretical. So you learn theory. We are looking at skill at the end of the day. But now you're exposed to theory. Right? Then at the end of the day, the person who is supposed to actually help you in guiding you in terms of career is the same teacher we are looking at, who has a lot of work. Yeah, who is supposed to actually be assessing you at every level, because as opposed to 844, there was an assessment at grade 8. But now it's continuous, where the teacher is expected to set classroom assessments, the portfolios, the projects, just to monitor and assess where are your strengths, where are your interests, where are career aspirations. By the time they're in grade 9, now they're sure where they want to be. Did that happen?
It didn't happen.
Because you will find that their children actually would have taken the STEM pathway, but did not, because they were not exposed to it. And what does that mean, honestly speaking? Because what does that mean to the career and the future of this child? Secondly, let's look at the KCSE results that came out. Now we've categorized schools to C1 to C4, right? C1 being national schools and C4 being the sub-county schools. We have interacted with the data. Where did the most A's come from? National schools. What are the characteristics of national schools? They have most experienced principals. They have
the best teachers,
facilities. They have the high proportion of teachers there are from TSE, permanent and pensionable. In contrast, look at the sub-county schools, right? The teachers, most of them are BOM, right? Look at the infrastructure. Do they have the facilities? Yet we are telling our children, go and do STEM pathway in in a school in Baringo.
That you're all equal before God.
Exactly. And they're not exposed to the same facilities, the same infrastructure. Yet we are saying education is supposed to be an equalizer. What are we doing to the future of these children? And that is why, from the beginning, even during the dialogues that we had, and we were part of the conversations before the implementation of CBC, we were like, evaluate the schools. If there are schools that do not have capacity to offer STEM, let's have one single pathway schools. Because social sciences is humanities business. Most of the schools are able to do that. Have a single pathway school and send kids there where they will get quality education.
Well, if we look at this, where we call for the decategorization of schools was to get rid of this issue whereby you said, okay, well, let's not have everybody flock to the national schools and let's not even have this kind of conversation where we had before. But something needs to be done about this, because what this means is that C4 schools are the most accessible schools, or rather the most accessible option for many students, because they are day schools and they're most common in the placement system. There'll be the most of them, right? Because of their numbers and location, often closer to learners' homes. Many grade 9 completers get placed in C4 schools. A lot of them do, particularly where boarding spaces like in C1 or C2 are limited. However, C4 schools still must offer a combination of pathways and subjects for the CBE senior school placement acceptance, which they do not. That's the problem at this point, that they don't. A bigger issue now is that we saw a very low enrollment in C4 schools this time round. We're looking, and I'm just looking at the numbers now, is that we saw enrollment numbers per individual C4 schools as low as 150. 150. Out of the 399,000 students that would be allocated to C4 schools, there are some C4 schools in this country that had 100, 56, 150, 71 students enrolled in those schools, offering the same thing that a national school, which should only have taken cumulatively 105,000 students, were enrolling much more than that. So C1 schools that should only take 100,000 students were enrolling much more than C4 schools, which should have taken 399,000. But we see the inverse happening. Shouldn't that have been something that we nip in the bud and say, wait, this cannot be happening? But what we did here is that the Ministry of Education said, okay, no problem. After January 12th, you can still come back and reapply to go to the school that you chose in the first place. So we are on the go mending things.
I think that is why I want to go back to the responsibility of the president in this set. Using the bottom-up approach, let him concentrate on equipping the C4 schools so that we shift the mind that my child must travel 12 hours from Nyanza and Western to come to Alliance. We need that alliance in the village. And that is where the president comes in, that if he's directing on areas of capitation through ministries, there should be higher capitation in those C4 schools. When a student, a student sees there is a good laboratory in the school, I can walk in and out, and we can copy the model of South Africa. If you go to South Africa, in many of their states, all the schools are day schools, but they are well equipped because there is a higher concentration on a school where the student walks in and out. And so there should be concentration of funding to improve on the C4. And using the model of what I've said, the bottom-up approach, we should concentrate less on the C1 schools in terms of development. Provide teachers in the C4 schools. Now, why does he also stand in? Leaving aside the presidential working party, at the top as a president, we have a cabinet secretary. What does the cabinet secretary report? Then how does the cabinet secretary get his report? He has a principal secretary under. And then from the principal secretary, we have all these departments. We have quality assurance and standards officers at the sub-county level. What do they report? We have head teachers of schools. I will shock you, I visited a school which I don't want to mention, where even the water the teachers drink is taken from the pot. The pot is at the corner. and that's where they get it from. For that is their fridge, the old pots. So what I'm trying to say is that we should overturn our level of investment in schools and start with the so-called the C4 schools. When that happens, we will stop this idea of what we call categorization of schools. Even if you are telling Alliance or we are telling Lenana that, look, admit more, do they have the space for that admission? That's the question.
Well, they'll tell you they do, because they used to have Form 1 and 2s. Now they only need grade 10.
No,
so they have space.
They don't. What they did, they admitted more. I've visited most of these schools. Those classes are not even there. They admitted more students when they had those spaces because there were more demands for students to gain those schools. And as we go on along this as well, there should be higher consultation with what private schools are doing. There should be a deliberate move to say, look, can we just engage private schools and have a conversation? Article 53 of the Constitution of this country is very clear. Free, compulsory, basic education, accessible, of quality and relevance. Are the members of parliament discussing that article? Are we doing it right?
I'd like to add to what Dr. has said in terms of data. Like the C1 schools, now we are calling the national schools, actually cater to 3% of the learners in this country. Majority of the learners, 65%, actually go to sub-county schools. So if you're in the planning docket, for example, where should your efforts go? And considering most of the C1 schools have been here for a long time, so that means there has been a lot of investment there. So if you're looking at where the 65% are going, let's invest there. For us, if you're talking about equity and quality education, can we start equalizing this thing and ensure all the learners, regardless of your background, you get into the education system? And if you want to be a business person, if you want to go into career, if you want to do whatever, you've gained the necessary skills to be able to do that.
Are we able, Dr. Ari and Claudia, to finally say that as a country, we recognize that getting to Singapore or even better than that is our goal? And with that, we fix the education, because even Singapore itself fixed its education first for it to get where it is today, right? So as a country, is it a time that we had a national conversation on education and say, for us to change, we must fix education? And failure to do that, there's nowhere we are headed.
It's true. And that is why I have to say, as a country, we will even need to stop constructing roads, shift our mind to education. All these countries we are talking about, Singapore, today we have now another small country here, Estonia, that is even coming to help to fund some education in this country. Estonia has a population of about 9 million people. That is less than a population of Kitui County. But it is coming to sort us just because we missed our priorities. We have to stop everything else, sort education, then we will have a healthy country. Because people will even understand how to eat healthily because they are educated.
They're educated.
We will have agriculturalists. We'll have the best doctors. We'll have the best business people once you have sorted education. And then we shall get to Singapore.
Right. Well,
we shall get to where these other countries
just get to Kenya.
In fact, now you've said it. Actually, we need to Kenyanize our education so that other people can now come and say, what has Kenya done?
Let's continue this conversation after 9, because there's still a lot for us to get to, if we can, and just do a little bit more of this as we go. We're also going to get folks' views as they call in, and let's just bounce things around, because what we're trying to do at the end of this is to have a solution that can actually be achieved. Claudia and Dr. Dunde will stay on a little bit longer. We'll stop for the news and we'll come back after this with Leah in a bit. It's now 9 a.m.
Online, mobile, and on radio. Twitter at SpiceFM KE.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Now we continue with the news bulletins on matters of education, and here we find that KUPPET, the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers Secretary General Akelo Misori, has called on parents to take greater responsibility for their children's academic performance instead of resorting to protests and school lockouts when results disappoint. Misori condemned the growing trend of parents demonstrating against schools over poor examination results, arguing that guardians have a significant role to play in their children's education. The union boss also addressed the ongoing challenges surrounding the transition of students to grade 10, criticizing the government's approach to categorizing schools. He argued that institutions should be defined by their capacity and resources rather than arbitrary status labels such as national or extra county schools. The Judicial Service Commission has announced a vacancy in the Supreme Court following the death of Justice Muhammad Ibrahim. In a Gazette notice, Chief Justice and JSC Chairperson Martha Koome invited qualified Kenyans to apply for the position in accordance with the Constitution and the Judicial Service Act and pursuant to Article 166 of the Constitution. The successful candidate will serve until the mandatory retirement age of 70 years with an option for early retirement at 65. Justice Muhammad Ibrahim's death on December 17th, 2025 created a vacancy in the 7-member bench of the Supreme Court. Police officers in Lugari constituency, Kakamega County, have seized marijuana worth over 200,000 Kenya shillings, while a suspect who was transporting the marijuana was arrested and detained at Lumakanda police station. Lugari Deputy Commissioner Jeremiah Tumo said that after receiving a tip-off from members of the public about a small vehicle they suspected of transporting the drug, police officers laid a trap that successfully seized 20 kilograms of the product. My apologies for that. Tumo says the suspect, who was wearing long trousers resembling police uniforms, may have been distributing the marijuana to various outlets for sale. 3 youth alleged to be members of a gang of criminals armed with machetes and knives who attack people in the Diani area, Kwale County, have surrendered to police officers. The move brings the number of youth who have agreed to surrender to 43. The youth surrendered at the Diani police station, saying they have decided to completely abandon criminal activities and are no longer involved in any gang.
Nimekuja hapa kujiuzuru na uhalifu yani. Kwa sahi mimi sio mhalifu, na pia mtu labda kama anishuku kwa sahi yani naongea hapa kwenye vyombo vya habari yani. Naamua kujiuzuru kwa moyo wangu mmoja. Mpaka kwa sahi salimika, na naomba wale wote ndio wa kwanza ama ndio wakosea ndio wafanywa uhalifu wote. Pia naomba nisamehe kwa moyo mmoja.
Na ningependa kuambia vijana wenzangu, huku tulikokuja ni salama, na ukijisalimisha hausumbuliwi na yoyote na unaachwa huru uendelee na maisha yako.
According to the police, the move is part of ongoing efforts to restore security and encourage youth to abandon crime and start a new life with a positive direction. Speaking after the incident, Msembweni Police Commander Robinson Langat has called on other youth who are in hiding to come forward and surrender on their own accord before being arrested.
Tunaambiwa ya kwamba last year tulikuwa na 40 ambao walikuwa wamesalimisha na leo wameongezeka watatu. Hii namba ukiona wanaendelea kuongezeka wale wanajisalimisha, ni ile pressure tunawawekea, na wale wasasi ambao wameacha watoto wao wakiwa wadogo, kama umeona wamejisalimisha, ni bado ni watoto wadogo. Tukishika mtoto tunashika na mzazi wake na tutamwachilia, wote watapelekwa kotini.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Denis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find a tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why don't tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We're coming into 6 minutes after 9 o'clock, and our education continues. Our education conversation continues after I let you know that you don't have to worry about the future. You could, or you could do something about it. And so the folks at ICA Lion are saying that today you can actually do something about it. Ask the question, what's your plan? And you can do that. icealion.co.ke, putting together wealth creation, wealth management, planning for the future, saving for retirement, whatever the case may be. You can do that, and you can form your plan with the good people at ICA Lion. They can help you sort this out, but you don't have to worry about tomorrow, because you can actually start today. And speaking of what you can do today, how about you pay and win? Every time you use your KCB prepaid credit or debit card to make purchases, or to pay online, to buy lunch, or to, pay for fuel, whatever it is that you're doing, you can actually have a chance to win. Weekly winners get a chance at 10,000 bob. Monthly winners get a stab at 100,000 shillings. And you also have a chance to enter the grand draw, which will take you and somebody else to the wonderful island of Zanzibar, whereby your flights and accommodations are taken care of, as well as exciting excursions. This is all because you decided to pay using the winning card. So you spend money, but you get some in advance as well. Rather, you get something in terms of winnings. And we know what those winnings are. So I need you to use your card today and get into a place where you could actually win cash, excursions, wonderful holidays, a wonderful experience somewhere else, because you did. Remember that KCB is for people, it's for better. We're having an education conversation this morning with Claudia Lagat from the Usawa Agenda, as well as the Dean at Riara University, Dr. Odongo. We're talking today about this seeming quagmire that we find ourselves in with the education system in the country, and we're now getting to the place where we say, what can we actually do about it? One of the things that we're hearing, of course, is to have these conversations that folks are aware that there's a problem here and that there needs to be something done about it. And I remember someone who said, well, when there's a problem and that you don't have a direct hand in how it can be done, you keep talking about it, because one or two things will happen. Number one, somebody will do something about it, or we keep talking about it until that happens. And so even as we do this morning, we're at a place where just yesterday, a member of parliament launched a program in the same sector that we are speaking about today. And I just want to go through some of those things. It's called the Kiharu Masomo Bora program. The program covers 12,000 learners in all 65 secondary schools in Kiharu. Now remember, this is secondary school, okay? That means even the grade 10s who are getting into this system, which is now a hybrid system between 844 and CBE, this is who it affects. So we can't say it's just primary schools. No, secondary schools as well. School fees for all day secondary school learners will be at 500 shillings per term, starting this first term of 2026. All learners will be served lunch at school on all days, including Saturdays, Githeri 3 days, and rice 3 days, Uji for tea break. Chapati will be served for lunch every last Friday of the month. An additional 10 million shillings for revision materials to be provided by Kiharu NGCDF this financial year, and 20 million shillings has been provided in the previous years. More than 50 million shillings will be provided for additional infrastructure. Now, infrastructure, of course, we're talking about things that we brought up: labs, classrooms, etc. More has been provided since the program started. All students joining grade 10 in the 20 identified schools with low enrollment and the new schools, those starting this year, will be provided with uniforms for free. All the 65 day schools will be provided with an extra 50,000 shillings to supplement the activity kitty, since capitation is not enough. For music festivals, games and co-curricular activities, 900,000 shillings is provided for prize-giving celebrations, 450,000 for each of the two sub-counties, Muranga East and Kahuro. This is to reward the best performers without parents having to pay for it. The best improved teacher per subject in each of the sub-counties is to get a paid-up trip to Mombasa. This will include the previous year, since some were participating in marking of KCSE when they could have travelled from the MP, since public resources don't have this provision. It goes on. Shall I continue? It's just until 15.
Yeah.
Principals from the best and best improved schools per ward will have a fully paid trip to Dubai. Of the 6 wards, 12 principals will travel. Those who have traveled to Dubai before may choose to travel to Malaysia. Schools with remedial arrangements capped at 1,000 shillings per term. No other payment or registration fees of any nature in all of these institutions. Premium and general services of buses owned by day secondary schools to be paid for by this program. That's insurance now we're talking about, since they are common utilities accessible to and by any public institution. And finally, the program covers all learners, including Kenyans from other parts of the country, as long as they are in any of our day secondary schools. This is Kenya.
Wow.
Dr. Dundo?
I think while we were seated out here, I was telling her that I'll make a trip to Kiaru to just have a conversation with the Member of Parliament to understand this very well.
And mind you, he's not an educationist, he's a businessman.
He's a businessman.
Yes.
And I think what he has done, he has analyzed exactly what amount of money that NCGDF receives against possibly what he could add on with some of his partners and sponsors or something like that. That's what I think. And you see, with that kind of work that he's doing, what does it mean? It means that we can do it as a country, and we do not have to think about what another country is doing, because we can already see what he's doing in Kiharu as a Member of Parliament. And then at the same time, again, it also comes back to us, the electorate. Who do we elect? Who do we elect? Because if you elect the right person, then the right deliverables will be there, looking at issues of honesty and integrity. I'm yet to understand when he was campaigning whether he used any tokenism theory, the way other members of parliament do it, because if you use the tokenism theory, when you get there, what happens to you? You want to bring back the money that you gave to the electorate. And so it all boils down to the responsibility not just of the leader, but the responsibility of the community as well. What he's also doing, he's actually trying to bring on board the aspect of improving day schools.
Yes.
And everyone will be competing for that. One of the things I've always said, should anyone make a mistake or a good mistake to make me a cabinet secretary, one of the things I will work hard to do is to have more day schools than boarding schools in this country.
Why?
You realize that the accessibility, the aspect of accessibility, most learners can access day schools as long as we improve the quality of education. India has the largest population in terms of learners, and it has the least number of boarding schools, because with them they work on the verge of every 2 kilometers there must be a school that offers quality. And that's the same way we need to go. So I think what the Member of Parliament Itskari is trying to do, Ndini is trying to do, is at the same time when you'll find yourself feeling like, why can't I go and live in around that area for my child to go into a quality day school? And you'll find the growth that you had talked about where it had dropped because there are possibly no facilities, no good teachers. Now you'll find that most students or most parents are preferring to get to those schools. Look at how he wants to motivate the heads of schools, the teachers, and all that. He has taken a whole kind of, what do we call it, a holistic approach in terms of ensuring that every sector is taken care of.
And clearly that speaks to the fact that if we have good political will, it can be done.
It can be done.
That Kenya does not lack individuals who can run the education sector well. That where there is will, there is a way. You know, all we need to do is just put our boots down and look at how we are approaching the problems that we have and offer solutions. Because for a very long time, it has been said that what Kenyans do is open the book of lamentations and lament every other day it is not working, the education sector. Ndini Nyora said, fine, there is a problem, but I will deal with it. I will look at what is in my disposal, look at other partners, and put it into education. There is conversation that is going around where kila mtu asome kwao. You know, Ndini Nyora is saying, watu wangu watasoma
watasoma kwangu. Perhaps it's about time that leaders realize they need to invest in this single thing that is an equalizer that will put Kenya forward, that we do not need to go to Singapore to benchmark. Perhaps just go to, it is now being called Sinkiharu, to just learn what is being done and replicate the same in our different constituencies for Kenya to win, you'd say?
Thank you, Aseto. And that answers the question. It's not about resources. It's utilization. It's who you have in power. It's the proper utilization of resources, and actually being passionate about education, which is supposed to be an equalizer. What we need in this country is to be able to amplify the good practices. For example, if Ndindi Njoro is doing it well, how can we learn from that? So that now, how can that be replicated to other counties? So that now we are showcasing how it's supposed to be done. Yeah, because of benchmarking, right? That means it's just showing us a glimpse of something that, you know what, there's hope in this nation in transforming our education system. And that we have a responsibility as an electorate. As we are gearing towards the election next year, how are the manifestos of the aspirants looking like? Do they have education as an agenda? The current leaders in different positions, will we gauge them based on how they delivered on education? Because we are pushing for having education as a political issue, so that now we are gauging, you said you will do this in education. If there's no transformation in education, therefore there's no need for a second term. And those who are seeking for new positions, education has to be at the center of the agenda. And let's have this conversation in all the 47 counties. Imagine if the counties are able to transform that. How will our education system look like? So there's hope for Kenya. It's not all lost.
And just to add on that is because this Ndindi Njoro must have become very intentional. Yes. He must have become very intentional on what he wants to do and what he wants to deliver for his people. The conversation about kila mtu asome kwao, I honestly really agree with it, that my son doesn't have to look for an education in Mombasa if there is a quality school next door. I will save on the costs of travel and all that. After all, when they reach university, they'll mix all over. But we just have to focus to look at the quality of education in the sub-county schools. So that when that is improved, we'll even improve the cost of living for a parent. Because look at this parent who has spent all that money traveling all the way from Western to Nairobi. There'll be a half term. There'll be end of term. Visiting. All that is money. Can that money be transformed into an economic value for this parent and for this family? This parent could be having more other children in schools. Why not just improve and ensure that I have the best Lenana school in my constituency where I come from? And it is possible. Once that is done, then we'll be saying, look, I think Kenya, you can even be comfortable to come and live in Western because there is a quality school. But I'm sure if I asked you, would you be transferred and work for KTN from you? The first question you will ask me, why will my kids go to school? What will be the best quality school? Right. What resources are available for me to? But now you'll want to be narrow because you're seeing this. So that is the way we need to look at. We need to look at where KFC, for example, started and where it is today. KFC.
I think you need to clarify.
In a slum. You
need to clarify what KFC is in this regard.
Oh.
Dr. Odundo.
Oh, all right. The Kentucky Fried Chicken. And everyone goes there. The founder of KFC started it as in a slum. And he was basically roasting chicken on the street. And people liked it. And he said, now I will open a smoke kiosk. And people visited the smoke kiosk, took it, and started looking like, oh, so this is the best chicken ever. Now today, KFC moved from slum to the affluent zones because of the quality of chicken that this guy did. No one else can do the chicken that is done at KFC. That is for real. Even the workers who work there, when they leave, they say they are unable because they do not have the quality products that will produce what KFC produces. That's the same level from a slum to this, our education needs to start from the sub-county. The bottom-up approach needs to start from the sub-county. We need to start reducing this aspect of C4 schools and have all the schools categorized to be the same so long as they can provide quality, access, and relevance.
We'll take a snapshot of what people are saying in terms of what needs to happen in the system. Claudia mentioned the stakeholder, which is the parent, that we often kind of forget in this, all of this. Primary stakeholder in this being the learner, and additional peripheral stakeholders being the parents, being the educators, being the teachers, being the institutions in this entire ecosystem. We want to hear from you this morning as well as we continue this conversation. What do you think needs to happen for this system to work better? Calling live on 0732-142-650, 0732-142-651. We'd like to hear from you this morning as well. Remember, we talked about a collective approach to solving these problems. We can complain, which is well within our right to do, but at the same time, we must be in a place where we are then able to offer ideas and suggestions towards how this can be done better. There is no one person who's going to be able to sort it out. If that was the case, it would have been done by now. So we're still hearing from you. We're also going to take, a sample of the comments that we're seeing online, as well as on our live streams this morning, but to then be able to hear what it is that needs to be done. So Claudia, it's very clear that the solutions to this can be found right here. You don't have to benchmark. You don't have to go anywhere else. You can actually see it being done. And that a holistic approach can be taken towards this thing. You can make sure your children are getting a quality education. You can go by constitutional standpoints and say, this is what we must follow. You can then incentivize teachers and say, you know what, not just for you to look good, but for you to ensure that what is supposed to be done in this system is actually being achieved. And we can reward you for that. It can be done. We'll see it. We can see it being done. So it's not for lack of resources like we started off in this conversation, but it's lack of goodwill across board. Would you agree?
Yeah. Totally agree. And the way you talked about a stakeholder that has been left out, right? The parent. You remember this stakeholder plays a critical role in the competence-based education. Learning does not end at school. Learning continues at home. For example, the assessments that are being done, like projects, portfolios that they're supposed to build on. The child is sent home and told, go cook eggs and take a photo and bring to school. Right. Who is helping the child in terms of learning at home? Because this is all about gaining skills. So the parent is supposed to do that. The parent is supposed to work collaboratively with the teacher to ensure, to be able to know where are the areas where my child is struggling. How can we support the child better? If you talk to any parent in the village or even in towns right now, most of them are still grappling with CBE. They do not understand exactly what CBE is all about. And the other aspect is, these are the same parents who are supposed to collaborate with the teacher in helping the children choose the pathways. Right. Yeah. Being able to say, my child is going to STEM, arts and sports, or social sciences. How were they able to do that conclusively, having limited knowledge in it? So what I'm saying is, this stakeholder should be considered at every level of reforms. At the beginning of something in the education space, let them be consulted. Let them understand before you even roll it out. During the process, as you're doing even formative assessments for children when they're learning, to see where they are. Do we evaluate where the parents are in terms of understanding the system? Because that plays a big role. So the parents have a positive perspective towards the system, because we've heard some of them saying it's expensive. It's taking so much time on us. And an example that was given during a conversation recently is a student was given an assignment, go make a purse, a purse, kibeti, logo. You can put your coins or pencil pouch. Do you know what the parent did? They went to a cobbler. And the cobbler actually made the purse and gave the child to take to school. So what does that mean? That means there's a disconnect somewhere. The parent is supposed to be a collaborator, co-educator at home. So we need to fix that so that now they're able to support the children at home. Then it's a holistic approach. We are targeting the teacher, the pupils, the infrastructure, and other things that are required to have equitable and quality education.
We'll hear from some of you this morning. 0732-142-650 or 0732-142-651. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. All right, we're taking... Hello, good morning. All right, we'll take some more calls this morning. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? Tell us your name and where you're calling in from, please.
I'm calling from the drive for site.
Okay, so what are your thoughts? Yes, we can hear you. What are your thoughts around CBE and how it can be improved, overhauled in the country?
My thought is, what about if we transform the education to be transformed from we transform the education from national to the rural, like health, how the way health to transform.
Okay, I think we can't hear you very well. Let's see if we can get you back on call to then get a clearer call. Let's try and do that. Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Hello, good morning. How are you? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello, good morning. How are you? Please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
I'm Ivan.
Yes, Evans. What are your thoughts around the CBE and how we can improve it?
CBE can be improved because we are not aware of whatever. The parents are not aware of the CBE, and we need to improve much on it.
When you say parents are not aware, what do you mean? They're sending their children to school, they're not aware? Okay, I think we've lost that call. Let's see if we can get some more of those calls in this morning. Just for a reminder, the number is 0732 142 650 or 0732 142 651. We'll keep taking your calls. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Please turn down the volume on your radio.
Yes, hello, how are you?
Very fine. Please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
I'm calling from Wasingishu.
Kindly turn down the volume on your radio.
Yes, I've done that.
Okay. Please let us know what your thoughts are on how the CBE can actually be improved.
I think we need to prepare the teachers and avail all those requirements that are needed for this curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think those are the most important things.
All right. Thank you for that. Actually, this morning, let's hear from a few more folks who are calling in. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Hello,
Please tell us your name and where you're calling in from.
I'm Gideon from Joska, Machakos.
Yes, Gideon, what are your thoughts around CBE and how it can be improved?
Mostly what I think about it is that if they want to improve it, mostly they should go back to the discourse. And first, by doing that, actually they should follow the MP for Kiharu, how he did it. Actually, he did it in the best way.
Okay.
Yesterday, I was watching this show in KTN called The Class, and I saw a lot of things being talked about the CBC, how it is being made, but where we are going and how it is being implemented, it's not in the right way. So I guess the government should go back to the books and check where things are going wrong first and later on improve it. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your thoughts. That definitely is one to go by. We'll take a few more calls as we go on. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Hello, good morning. Please tell us your name and where you're calling in from.
Good morning. My name is Edwin Dege, the county parents association chairman of Kisumu County.
Yes.
What I want to say that CB is a very, very, very good system of education. The only problem we have are challenges. One of them being the way it was being implemented. I think it was hurriedly done. Teachers were not properly prepared. And even the parents were not properly prepared about it. So what I want to suggest, the government should work very, very, very hard to standardize all the schools so that this taste of parents wanting, like, my child has to go to Alliance, my child has to go to Maseno, my child has to go to these big schools. The government needs to put infrastructure in all the schools, even at the very, 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 very corner of those rural areas, so that all the schools are the same, so that I don't have to take my child all the way from Kisumu to Nakuru or to Nairobi to Alliance or anywhere. The school next door to me should be able to have all the facilities, the laboratories, everything that is required for learning.
Okay.
And then even the textbooks, like when I was learning Mapema, it was so popular that we knew even before we walked into school that the textbook was Mr. Kamau, Tom and Mary. Everybody knew about it.
Yeah.
Then you move to the next level, it was Safari Book 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then you move to school, we knew about physics, Mr. Abbott, and all that. So why don't the government just come up with the issue of textbooks and they do it once and for all? Instead of like this year, you find it is Longman, the another year they are changing again. They keep on changing and changing and changing and changing.
Thank
you. That even the teachers, once they have been trained on this, another they have to be retaken again for another refresher courses. So the only solution to do, let us standardize all our schools, such that all schools are the same. This crazy thing of parents wanting specific schools is not there. All schools are the same, teachers have got the same training, and then the learning is just okay.
Thank you very much for your thoughts this morning. Indeed, thank you for calling out, and hopefully this is a message that's getting to parents as well. Asante Sana, let's take some more calls this morning. Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Please tell us your name and where you're calling in from.
This is Harrison from Zero.
Yes, Harrison, please tell us your thoughts around the education system.
The education system, this system is very nice. But the problem is that we have not equipped the schools, we have not equipped the teachers, the parents are unaware what is going on. You are told you go and buy these things you are being told to buy, even you don't know where they are. So the biggest problem here is the government or the people who are dealing with the education system.
Okay.
They should come on board, sit down with parents, sit down with teachers, and provide the material for this system. The system is very nice. It is keeping our children very busy. But now, the schools are not equipped. I've seen one school, it doesn't even have a computer. It doesn't have any, the class doesn't have any windows. How can children sit in such classes and say that they are doing things to do with chemicals, things, they don't have any water. So the important thing is that the government should come up and build schools. Government should come up and equip the teachers with the necessary materials for the learning. Right now they are moving around giving food to people, and they are not giving books. They are not giving books to the schools. So, and you meet your people also. You need also to call even the students. Some of the students from these rural areas to come and speak about what they are learning in the schools.
That's a good idea.
Because the biggest problem is that.
Thank you very much for your thoughts this morning, for calling in, and we'll keep those calls coming in even as you do. We're going to get a few more comments coming in from the studio here, because it's necessary for us to then be able to do kind of an audit on that. You can hear what people are saying and involve parents, hear what the students are actually learning beyond those learning outcomes. Do some see now there are C4 schools. We want to run away from categorization, but we already recategorized them. The C4 schools people are already talking about that. Do we have laboratories? Do we have the equipment that's necessary? You can hear what the people are saying. Dr. Odongo?
I think what the people are saying is very, very true and important. But at the level of parental involvement and engagement, I would say that our school heads are not doing it right. There is a good policy guideline from KICD on parental engagement. Mm-hmm. And what you realize with most of the schools, and private schools are doing it very well, but our public schools are basically not engaging parents. Basically, it could be sometimes mostly even most of those head teachers and teachers themselves do not understand this CBE. So when they call parents, possibly they even do not understand what to tell them. And so that's why they try to keep them off. Another reason could be the aspect of you call parents and you want to talk about pre-tech, but you don't have a single resource that would even be talking about in terms of that specific area.
Right.
Another aspect of why parents also need to be engaged. But of course, media, what you're doing is great. I think you need to enhance up to Swahili and all languages and ensure that parents can also listen from the media on what you're doing. But at school level, I think the heads of schools need to be very intentional. Like now we have the grade 10 who have gone to high school.
Senior secondary.
Secondary. I'm really interested to know the plans the principals have in terms of engagement of these parents. While they have already, students have come in. We need to hear how do they intend to engage them and have a structure of engagement. And of course, sometimes engagement just goes beyond parents coming and being lectured and being told. If we talk about you want to engage parents and you want to discuss about some of the things that the students do, and you have activities in agriculture, let the parents just come, stay the entire day in school observing what the learners are doing. That to me is even a better engagement than lecturing them. So that you have a short period to tell them, look here parents, for learners to do this is how we need to support them.
Okay.
But if we just say, you come, we have a meeting, we tell you what we are doing, no. Let them come and see exactly. Let the parents feel free to come to school and even visit classrooms and see what is my student doing in the class. When we talk about a portfolio, do even our parents know what this portfolio is? Do they even understand what it means? When we talk about what Langat just referred to, a parent going to a cobbler, and it's happening. And then the teacher goes ahead and gives that child exceeding expectations. That's already falsehood.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's a lot of falsehood. So the child knows that I've been given wrong marks, they are not mine. And then the child is transited because of the 100% transition. But in terms of skills and capabilities, the child doesn't have that. So I think the best thing when we're engaging parents, we might need to change from the theoretical engagement to a more practical engagement. There is an aspect I need to mention, the community service learning. Schools are not doing well on that. Because another way to engage parents is for students to actively participate in the community service learning. And when you're doing a community service project, parents can also be involved. You say, we have a grade 9 project and it's community service. We want parents to come and participate together with the learners. That is how best you understand how the curriculum works. Other than being told, we have community service, this is what we do, then you go and say, we've had this community service. They forget. Let them come and be part of the community service. Let the parents feel the students participating in a lot of community service activities. Assignments that we give as teachers at schools. Can't we give tasks that lead students into real life experience? For example, students who want to do media. I don't know whether you guys have already received an application from a parent saying, I would like my student just to come to Media House, stay with you guys for a full day and see what happens. This one who wants to become a lawyer, let him go to the law firm and just see how the lawyer, he's told, look, we have these files to be summarized and we need this case in court next week. So that the student knows that I must read very hard. And when I come here, there is a lot of reading. So practical approach, the assignments should be able to send students into real life experience, as opposed to just pen and paper every time. Yeah.
Claudia, we're going to come to you in just a minute. We're going to take a few calls because there seems to be coming in quite some to hear what people's thoughts are around this. It's important for us to do. 0732 142 650, 0732 142 651. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. This is Musa. I'm calling from Kisumu.
Yes, Musa calling from Kisumu. Good morning. Thank you. What are your thoughts around the CBE education system? How can it be improved?
It's nice. Good one. Apart from the observation that have been from how we can improve, right? I think work on how we made cost effect. What I mean is, you find and days we used like they do have now, but a text can support how.
Sorry, Musa, your line is not very clear. I'm going to suggest that maybe you can hang up and try to call us back so that we can hear you very clearly, if you don't mind. Let's take a couple other calls in that. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Please tell us your name and where you're calling in from.
Mohamed.
Yes, Mohamed.
Okay. Naongea kutoka Mombasani.
Yes, please go ahead.
Huu mfumo si mbaya, lakini shida ni kwamba vile umeletwa haraka sana. Vitabu kupatikana ni shida. Haya, kila yani kwenye uko juu. Sasa uelewi pia kabisa, mzazi unakorogeka kabisa. Kama mimi niko na mtoto wangu sasa anaenda grade 9. Vitabu viko juu. School fees ndio hizo. Makazi hakuna. Yani kila kitu kimekuwa mkorogo kabisa. Ingekuwa imeletwa mpangilio vizuri mapema, yani alafu walimu wenyewe wawe wamekuwa train. Kama saa hii unakuta mtoto akija kutoka shule amepewa homework, unaomba msaidie, hujui, ukimwambia hivi anakuambia atufundishwe hivi. Sasa unashindwa, kwani huko mwalimu anafundisha vipi na sisi tunafundisha vipi huko?
Kweli.
Masomo mengine ni hayo. Masomo mengine ndio hayo, mwalimu anasema walimu wenyewe hawajui yani hawajui, anasema sisi hatuelewi hii syllabus, kwa hivyo tunapita tunaenda mbele. Sasa imekuwa mkorogo.
Tumesikia. Asante sana, Musa. I mean, just hearing some thoughts from folks who call in this morning. We'll take one more call and then we come back to you, Claudia, in just a bit. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. One more. Hello, good morning.
Morning to you.
Please tell us your name.
I'm calling from Voi. My name is Pascal Mkaya Katambo from Voi.
Yes, Pascal.
Actually, the problem with our CBE is standardization of schools.
Yes.
If schools should be standardized to be on the same standard all over the country, and the distribution of teachers should be actually the same to each school. If teachers are required to be 20, then each school should get 20 teachers. I think that is my point.
Thank you very much for that. Also hearing from some others in just a minute. We'll take that one last call before we come to you, Claudia, because we're also hearing some things about teachers as well. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Please tell us your name and where you're calling in from.
I'm calling from Holiday Kibra here at Nairobi.
Oh, please turn down the volume on your radio, Boniface.
Thank you. Now I have reduced the volume of the radio.
Okay, please tell us what your thoughts are around CBE system. How can it be improved?
I think the best way we should have a cooperation between teachers and parents, whereby we as parents, we should revisit schools every time and then to know how our students are going well with their education. And then we have to understand the way out. How are they being taught? So as parents, when they come home with some homeworks, we can help them easily. Apart from that one, also we should improve, the government should improve on in infrastructure. We can find out that some of the schools that our students are going to join grade 10, they look as old as if they were just built during colonialism. They don't have enough in infrastructure, they don't have computers, they don't have best labs. Whether you found out that when these students are going to this course, how are they going to cope up? How are they going to learn? And when we can now have to look about this, look someone who is studying somewhere like Old Kibra and someone who is studying at Stareboys, we cannot end up too much at one way or the other, because the studying and the environment, it isn't conducive and allowing us to do that.
Definitely hear your thoughts on that.
I think the best way out, we have to improve about that one, so that the government can work much better on this in this particular for CPE, and also teachers, they should go for training for this, because I don't think the studies that these students are getting, it is like a vocational. Whether it needs someone like a lecturer, someone who's well trained to teach these studies. So our teachers, they should go back to studies and get enough knowledge concerning about this. That's just enough that I have for this.
Thank you very much for your comments this morning. And of course, then hearing those thoughts. Claudia, this is what people are saying. There's got to be an improvement across board. And this is the thing that people say, yes, the system, if it was working, would be fantastic, because then we're able to see a couple of things. The gentleman from Mombasa struck me because he says, you know what, we're being brought these things to do at home. It's as though the parents are supposed to do the homework, and then so there seems to also be a lack of understanding across board in terms of what is supposed to be carried out. So it's a good system, number one, but can we do it this way? Can we improve it? Isn't this fodder for, the education vanguards to then pick up and say, okay, guys, let's restructure it a little bit?
Yeah, thank you, Hundo, for that. It's evident that we have embraced the system as a nation. We're not saying the system is bad, but the difficult thing is the implementation that needs to be fixed. So the good book says you've heard once, you've heard twice, you've heard. So there's now time for action, because the problems have been highlighted. Data and evidence shows there's a problem. The people on the ground actually are talking about the issues that are currently confronting right now. So let's just go back to the model of CBE, where we want to have competence-based infrastructure, competence-based teachers, competence-based assessment, right? And also empower the parents to be able to understand the entire system. And for every decision that is made, let's have the stakeholders empowered. Because when you're making a change, for example, from CBC to CBE, were the stakeholders engaged to understand where are we shifting from CBC to CBE? So at every stage of evolution of any education system, let there be conversations. Let there be national conversations at international level, at the county level, at the lower level in the villages. Let the people who've been tasked with the responsibility in the villages, who are the gatekeepers, be able to talk about these things in order to bring about a change. And for teachers, we have a window. What is happening in the universities? What is happening in the teacher training colleges? Let's start fixing that, as I had already mentioned. Mwalimu is a lecturer at the university. Let's start aligning it to CBC. When you're doing in-service trainings, in-service, they go a few days, they come back. Yeah. How much can you cover in 4 days? To understand the curriculum? So there's need to be a lot of investment at the school level. Yeah. Can the curriculum support officers in the counties visit the schools, hoping they understand the curriculum, and support the teachers? When they walk to school, the teachers should not be running away from them, because it's like a punishment, it's like they're being monitored. But let the posture of the curriculum support officers be support. How can I help you? Sit in class and see what are the areas that you're struggling in. What areas do you need support? And then tailor a proper a support system for equipping them with skills? And then can we have, because there are teachers who have grasped the concepts, there are some who are still struggling, as students as well. Can we have peer learning peer learning amongst the teachers? I can come to your class today and sit and correct classroom observations. Can you have community of practice, teachers in a particular area, just sit and have conversation, highlight their challenges, and let's have the support of the head of institutions, because a school is as good as the head of institution.
Right.
So the head of institutions as well need to be empowered, because the head of the institution is not only a teacher, they're heading the school. They have to have management skills, they have to have leadership skills, and demonstrate expertise in what is being rolled out. So yeah.
So, I mean, Dr. Duda, we talked about the university level, and maybe we'll have a chance for a couple more calls, guys, so just hang tight. But we talk about the university level. In another 3 years, so we're counting 2026, 2027, and the year after that is when we are going to see the complete CBE product in terms of learners now get into university, right? What would the universities be expecting of this student who is now coming in? They've done exploratory years, they've selected a pathway, and university essentially will come and give a rubber stamp to that pathway that they've then selected for a higher level of critical thinking and skill.
Okay.
What is expected vis-a-vis what we are seeing now? Is there time to clean it up?
Yeah, before I get to that, let me give some clarity about these two terms, CBC and CBE. There has been a little confusion for people to think that we have changed, there is a change from a curriculum to another one called CBE.
No.
CBC is the curriculum structure. Competency-based curriculum is the curriculum structure. So we use the curriculum to implement the philosophy. The philosophy is CBE. For all the time we started, we were doing CBE. We were not doing CBC. But we were using CBC, a curriculum, to implement CBE. So there has been no change. I wanted to make that clarity for the public to know that there is no new curriculum called CBE. It is the philosophy which includes the mode of delivery, the how, the assessment strategy, and all that. Now, coming back to preparedness of higher learning institutions. First, Riara University, we have a program we call Certificate in Teaching International Curricula. It introduces teachers or educators to all forms of international curricula, but the most important thing in it is pedagogy, methodology, how to teach, the modern teaching and learning pedagogy. We have even gone further and increased it into what we call the digital pedagogy. When we are doing this program, we discover a serious gap in the teachers that are released, even up to including today. As we talk about, you hear there is so much CBE taking place. We still have, at universities, I can say most universities could be at now 50-50, because many times when I talk to some of my colleagues in universities, they say, we are waiting for those students. Actually, universities should have been preparing students for competencies from a long time. Because students, when they graduate, they go into the market, and they need to get into the market with a proficiency. So whether it was 844 or which system, students need to come out with a proficiency. The reason why you guys are seated here, the reason why Claudius is at Usawaja is because of the proficiency. And you guys did not go through the competency-based education. You did not use that curriculum. But what universities are supposed to do is to produce a ready market graduate who can apply skills and competencies. So what I can say, we have been there. And so there should be no worry about that. There has been a challenge in teacher training colleges. Good enough now. Teacher training colleges have really improved. Those are some of the gains at higher learning, because they are able to take a course for CBE online. They are also able to sit for exams. In teacher training colleges, you can now sit for exams online. The problem comes in when they go back into the field and there is no continuous professional development. The Teacher Service Commission had started what we call teacher professional development. Riara University, we were one of the universities doing it. But why did it go to a stop after we did Module 1? It is because of there was no political goodwill. The current government promises was going to pay for teachers for that program. Do you know how much cost? What cost it was costing? Only 6,000 shillings per year. And it was to put a teacher on continuous professional development throughout life, which should be the best practice. But here, once you go to college, get us that TSC number, you live for 20 years without attending a single professional development course. And if a teacher goes back to school, he's going in for upgrading for the purpose of promotion, not because he wants to improve their skills. What is my recommendation here? Part of the funding that must come out is to fund TPD, so that teachers have continuous professional development. They have to keep upscaling themselves. Today we are talking about CBE with course competencies to be 7. Let me assure you, 2030, we are going to move from generative AI to general AI, where there are certain skills educators must now attain, such that as you think about generative AI, now we go to general AI and quantum computing, where you speak to a gadget and it gives you a response in the manner you want to receive it. And that is going to happen. But teachers are not already even skilled. They're not even getting skilled on how to use AI in improvement of learning. Like now we have no textbooks. But I will tell you, teachers for senior school, teachers who can use AI effectively can still create activities, can still generate notes for the students, assessments using generative AI, as long as they have the curriculum design. But because they don't have those skills, that possibility is not there. So my conclusion is to say, universities, yes, there is quite a bit of preparedness because we have been preparing students for the market, but there must be an improvement. Why there must be an improvement is that universities must now improve on internship, meaning we should have what we call a hands-on skill of training. If a student is training in media, why do a course at the university, stuck at the university, only come to do an internship here for 3 months? We are saying no. Now, if again universities, we are looking at teachers, why should they have just a teaching practice once? Of course, now they have recommended for 2 practicums. But me, I'm feeling like we should have 1 year or some months or a semester, a teacher is practicing, is at the university. The next semester, the teacher has to blend between 2 weeks in the coursework at the university, in the class, and then some 2 weeks to real practice, or even a month in the school.
That's what actually prepares them for this job market.
Yes.
So this is what we're saying, that at the very beginning, that when you have children in primary school who've left, who now the recommendation is from the time they're 7 years old, that the outcome that we're looking for, preparing them for the job market, those skills should actually become, should start coming out at that age, at that 7. So we don't have to actually wait until this grade 9.
Yes.
But our economies, governments actually thinking in that symbiotic manner, where we're saying this education ministry, this system, are we saying that everything that we're inputting is for us to get a result at the end of the day that will then be in this cyclical ecosystem, whereby we're saying what you do for an economy starts from what you put into education from the time this child is 6, 7 years old. Claudia?
Yeah, and I agree with that statement, because you're looking at systems change. You cannot start fixing, kunje ikiwa bado ishakauka, usikunje like the branch ikishakauka unakunja ikiwa mbichi, right? That means you start dealing with issues at a tender stage. And that's why I was saying at the beginning is when you're looking at the entire ecosystem of CBE, begin fixing. You're fixing the teachers, right? There's a strategy for teachers. So for learning, actually, begin fixing the lower levels, the early years. Right? Begin investing in teachers' infrastructure at the early years. And that's why we are seeing a problem. They're transiting at different levels without attaining the necessary competencies. So let's invest at the early years of education. They finish the circle, they reach grade 3. Let's invest in primary, let's invest in junior school, let's invest in senior school. Then the entire system will be set up on a good direction.
Yeah. Indeed. We've had an extensive conversation for the last couple of hours into the education system. It's very clear that, we talk about it all the time and we say, if you want to be developed, do what the developed did. You can't run away from it. An example is good as how you practice it, that we can look towards those skill areas and say, this is what we must do, and not run away from that responsibility. We want to thank you both for being here in the room this morning. There's a lot to be done, and we can make those suggestions towards it, and that we don't be shy about having these conversations. As we continue, the Dean of Education at the Iriara University, Dr. Julius Odundo, and Claudia Langat, Assistant Program Officer, Policy Engagement at the USAWA Agenda. Both of you, thank you very much for contributing to this conversation. It is our hope that these conversations don't stop, that we continue having them until change is actually realized. Thank you for all of you who contributed to our conversations this morning. We apologize if we didn't take some calls. It seemed to get too many at some point, but that you're contributing to this conversation is necessary that we do, and there will be another one, that's for sure, and looking to move that needle. Denis and Ndu saying thank you for being in the Situation Room with us this morning, and we'll continue more. Enjoy the rest of your listening. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Great.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
More families in the Chakama area, Magarini constituency in Kilifi County, are facing severe hunger and food shortages after their crops were destroyed by elephants. Residents in the area resorted to irrigating their fields through the Sabaki River due to the severe drought experienced. However, their efforts were fruitless after the animals invaded their fields and destroyed their crops, including maize, beans, cassava, and yams. Kitsao Mumba is a village elder in Chakama area.
Tatizo letu hapa ni ndovu usiku mchana, au ni ndovu tu. Sisi hata hatuna la kufanya. Mimi nimelima tinga na nikapanda ekari 5.5 kunde na pojo na mhogo. Sasa yote imeliwa yote, hata haikubakishwa hata nusu hivi. Chakula chenyewe hivi basi nitabu hivi. Ye mtoto akitoka huko shule anataka chakula. Mimi ameniacha hapa na mimi nataka chakula. Sina.
And the residents have also called on the government to intervene and provide them with food aid.
Chakula cha haraka ni ile muhogo na kunde, vimeliwa yote. Sina cha kunisaidia. Kwa hivyo serikali kama inaweza kuwa na usaidizi wakanisaidia, ngalao nikapata chakula na karo ile ya shule watoto. Si mimi, pa wote imeliwa yote, hakuna mwenye mshamba iliyo na kitu hapa. Si mimi peke yangu.
A 32-year-old man named Abel Kingasia has climbed a tree and hacked it for 60 hours with the aim of encouraging the public to increase efforts to protect Cherangani and Mount Elgon water sources. Kingasia says the indiscriminate cutting of trees in forests and along river banks and areas with springs for burning charcoal and conducting agricultural activities has contributed to the increase in the effects of climate change. It is a move that has attracted statements from leaders in Cherangani area, including politician John Juguna, who has donated 100,000 Kenya shillings and urged the government to end the plan to issue logging licenses in government forests, saying that the situation has contributed significantly to the destruction of this important resource. Detectives in Mirangine, Olkalau sub-county, Nyandarua County have launched investigations into the murder of a 50-year-old man whose body was discovered in a pit latrine days after he went missing. The deceased, identified as Simon Muteru, a father of 3, was last seen alive on January 3rd after having supper at his brother's home in Gathiriga village. He reportedly left shortly afterwards, saying he was heading to his house located nearby within the same family farm. Concern over his whereabouts grew the following day when his brother noticed that Muteru's house remained locked from the outside throughout the day, a situation the family described as unusual. A search was launched by relatives and neighbors, but no leads were found until January 9th when his body that was mutilated was discovered dumped in a pit